Welcome to Draft Utopia. I'm Chris Ransom. That was down tempo music. Just testing some stuff out. I don't really need to do an intro because we got a lot to talk about today. I'll reveal my 12-team playoff. Also going to preview 2 NFL games on week 1. I almost forgot this segment, Joey, because, Thursday we have the season opener. Friday we have the game in Brazil. So those games, we will have game breakdowns of those. That'll be next after the playoff. And then I will reward our audience with not 1, but 2 mock drafts. I've got an NFL mock draft 2 rounds and an NHL mock draft 1 round. I'll be breaking those down today. And we will also have live game updates of any of the games on ABC as well for college football if that transpires with the mock drafts or whatever. But let's dive straight into the college football playoff, my 12-team playoff. I don't know if you made one of these, Joey, but I made a 12-team playoff for fun. We're going to dive into it right now. And I told you the playoff last week. Number 1, I have Ohio State. Number 2, I have Georgia. At number 3, my third best team is Miami, Florida, the Hurricanes. At number 4, I have the Utah Utes. My number 5 seed, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. At 6, the SEC runner-up, the LSU Tigers. At 7, the Oregon Ducks are my number 7 seed. I do think they're a top 8 team, but I also don't think they're the top 5 team, top 3 team the media is hyping them up to be. I think Notre Dame could have a perfect season if they beat Texas A&M. LSU could go undefeated and lose to Georgia in the SEC championship. If those 2 things happen, they would finish ahead of Oregon if Oregon fails to win the Big Ten, which puts Oregon at 7. Number 8, Tennessee. I think Tennessee only loses 1 game to Georgia, and they're in the playoff. Their opponent, Michigan. They will play 9 seed Michigan, the defending champions, at Neyland Stadium. 10, Texas. They will head to Eugene, Oregon. Quinn Ewers will face Dylan Gabriel in a rematch of last year's Red River Shootout at Oregon. 11, Penn State. Penn State will head to Death Valley to take on LSU. And Happy Valley versus Death Valley. And number 12, my group of 5 team facing Notre Dame and South Bend, Liberty. That is the playoff, Joey. You have any reaction to that 12-team playoff before I break down the winners of each matchup? Yep. Notre Dame versus Liberty. As good as Liberty is, they do have a quarterback and running back that could go in the 3rd round if everything clicks. As good as they are, they have a horrible strength of schedule. So if they do not go 12-0, they will not be the group of 5 team representing. I think Boise State's a better team on paper, but this isn't about who's the best on paper. And look, if Boise State can beat Oregon, they will be the group of 5 team in this because Boise State's projected to win every game outside of their week 2 matchup against Oregon. But I like Notre Dame over Liberty here. I think Riley Leonard, Marcus Freeman, they get a win here, and the Fighting Irish advance to the next round to play my 4 seed, Utah. And that'll be a neutral site game. Next game is Penn State versus LSU. Penn State's only in the playoff because of an easy strength of schedule, Joey. Let's be real here. Let's be real. That's the only reason Penn State is here. Penn State's got to play Ohio State at home. That's their toughest game. LSU, I think they could win every game on their schedule. And if they avoid Georgia in the SEC championship, they might be the top overall seed. But as far as LSU goes, they are going to wipe the floor with Penn State. And I think they are going to be the team that knocks out Penn State pretty easily. I would not be surprised if this is just a blowout. Like, remember when Kansas State routed Oklahoma in the Big 12 championship back in 2003? I think this could be that ugly. I'm not going to lie. I think LSU could wallop Penn State that badly. So that's why I say, we'll see what happens. I wish they would list what games in the 12-team playoff will be 1-8, which semifinals the 1-8 matchup will be at, which one the 4-5 will be at, et cetera, et cetera. But next up, it's Texas and Oregon. Quinn Ewers, Kelvin Banks, Dylan Gabriel, Josh Connerly. As much as I like Texas, I just think with Evan Stewart, Tez Johnson, Connerly, the right tackle in Oregon, I think Oregon has too many weapons, and Dylan Gabriel's beaten Quinn Ewers before, and I think he does it again. I like Oregon over Texas. And final matchup, Tennessee versus Michigan. I'm taking Tennessee over Michigan. I think James Pierce Jr., Nico Imaleva, they're just not going to have Michigan's defense as good. It's a great defense. You got Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. It's a great defense. It'll test Imaleva, but I think Imaleva makes enough big plays to get Tennessee the win. And I think that will ultimately end up being the difference in this game, as Tennessee beats Michigan, and then NCAA hands out the violations against Michigan. All right. So, and we're going to try to get a Cowboys-Browns debate next week if we can get Kerm on. I've already told Joey and Kerm that I will push my NHL season previews back a week if we have a debate, because I want to moderate a debate so badly, because I don't think I can do any worse as moderator than the people on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. I don't think I can do any worse. I can't do any better, but I don't think I can do any worse. But as far as these playoff games go, what are we going to do here? Okay, I'm going to read Joey the matchups. He's going to assign a matchup to each bowl game. Okay, so we have the Fiesta Bowl on December 31st. Tennessee, Ohio State, we can put in that. Oregon, Georgia, we could put in that. LSU, Miami, Florida, we can put in that. Or Utah, Notre Dame versus Utah. I feel like Notre Dame, Utah is the best matchup for the Fiesta Bowl. That just feels like a Fiesta Bowl type matchup. So that's what I would go with personally. But what do you think? Because we got to put, since there's no default matchup, we got to slot each matchup. So do you think Utah Notre Dame? Do you get a Fiesta Bowl vibe with that, or do you think one of the other games like LSU Miami, Oregon Georgia, Tennessee Ohio State would be a better fit for the Fiesta Bowl? Because I'm thinking Notre Dame Utah would be the best matchup for the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve of those four. I feel like that's a Peach Bowl matchup on New Year's Day, but at the same time, I understand the thought process of putting that in prime time because there's only two primetime slots. There's 7:30 New Year's Eve, 8:45 New Year's Day. And LSU Miami probably does belong in one of the primetime slots. So, yeah. And I would say Georgia Oregon's the Sugar Bowl. So, if we put LSU Miami in the 31st, that means we'd probably put Utah Notre Dame in the Peach Bowl and Ohio State Tennessee in the Rose Bowl. Because I think Oregon Georgia and LSU Miami would be the two primetime games, Joey. I could be wrong on that, but that's what logic says. I do have Miami, Florida beating LSU, but this game could honestly go either way. And if LSU's offensive line shows up, the Tigers will steal this game, and it would set up for an Oregon Georgia winner against LSU in the semifinals. And look, I don't want teams from the same conference playing each other in the playoff. I'm trying to avoid that. So if LSU does beat Miami, I'm going to have Oregon beating Georgia because I think Oregon has the weapons to beat Georgia, but they're just one of the experience. Yeah, I'm going to have Miami winning this game, and Miami will be I don't know. I want to put Miami in the Orange Bowl, but that just seems like an unfair advantage. The two semifinal games are the Orange Bowl and the Cotton Bowl. If we put Miami in the Orange Bowl, that's essentially a home game for them. So I think we have to put them in the Cotton Bowl, unfortunately. I've got him going. Believe me, I want to talk about that too when we get into the mock draft because I have him going number 2 to New England as well. And I'll break that down a little bit later. I agree. LSU lost their two defensive tackles. The Miami Hurricanes, if Damian Martinez can run the football, I think the Hurricanes have a legitimate shot to win this game, though. That's the thing. LSU's going to have to stop Damian Martinez and Cam Ward in order to win this football game. But they have the offense to go toe-to-toe with the Hurricanes. I think this will be a high-scoring game. I'm going 35-31 Hurricanes. But I think this will be a high-scoring game. Now, if Miami can't score 35 on LSU, they are going to lose. That is the reality because I think LSU's at least going to get 31 on the Hurricanes. At least. Bare minimum. And I think Joey agrees with me to a point on that. Next up, it is the Peach Bowl. And this is going to be the note. Yep. Next game is Notre Dame, Utah. I have the Fighting Irish beating Utah. This is my upset in the playoff. The 5 seed Notre Dame Fighting Irish defeat Utah in the Peach Bowl, and they will go to the Orange Bowl. And I've got Notre Dame winning this game. I think Riley Leonard, Cam Rising, it's a big game, but I think Notre Dame's secondary is the difference, Joey. Benjamin Morrison is the number one corner. Xavier Watts, the Bronco Nagurski Award winner. I have him in the first round of my mock draft. I think that'll ultimately be the difference, Joey. So I do have Notre Dame winning this game, and they will play the winner of Tennessee, Ohio State in the Orange Bowl, because I'm not putting the Miami Hurricanes in the Orange Bowl. I'm not giving the Hurricanes a home game if they beat LSU. I'm not. I'm going to be fair and objective about this, and the only way to be fair and objective is to put the Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee winner in the Orange Bowl and to put LSU, Georgia in the Cotton Bowl or Miami, Georgia in the Cotton Bowl. That's the only fair way to do this, because I'm trying to avoid giving each of the teams in the playoff a home game in the playoff. Okay, I know Georgia's familiar with the Sugar Bowl. I know Ohio State's familiar with the Rose Bowl. I get it, but those are not the default home sites of each team. The Orange Bowl is the default home site of the Hurricanes. So I'm trying to avoid that. And I'm sure the selection committee will be thinking the same thing. Is we want to avoid a scenario where a team has home field. So they'll probably put Miami in the Cotton Bowl if they get as far as I think they will. But I could be wrong on that. As good as Tennessee is, I think their run-ins against Ohio State in the Rose Bowl, this is a big moment for Heupel. It's a big moment for Ryan Day too. So, but I'm Leva. As good as he is, I think Will Howard is a little bit better. He's been in these big moments. He won a Big 12 championship at Kansas State, and even though James Pierce is an elite pass rusher, he was a bigger liability stuffing the run than Dallas Turner. He's also a bigger liability in coverage. So I think Ohio State, they run the ball with Judkins and Henderson, and they beat Tennessee very convincingly. And I think Ohio State ends up in the Orange Bowl against Notre Dame. And I've got Georgia over Oregon. As good as Dillon Gabriel is, the last time these teams met, Georgia routed Oregon. Yeah, Dan Lanning getting his revenge would be sweet. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think the Bulldogs, they have too many playmakers back, too talented on paper, number one team in the preseason. I think Uga and Georgia end up winning this game. And I've got Georgia in the semifinals against the Hurricanes. So my Orange Bowl is Ohio State, Notre Dame. My Cotton Bowl is Miami, Georgia. Joey's probably got LSU. I don't know what Joey's 12-team playoff is going to look like. I'm guessing he's just going to wait to see how this thing plays out and then make his predictions once the official bracket comes in. Because this is just, with 4 teams, you could speculate on a 4-team playoff. 12-team playoff's a lot more detailed to the point where it's really hard to predict what's going to happen. And going through all the scenarios with 12 teams is a lot more of a pain in the ass than going through the scenarios with 4 teams. It just is. So, yeah. Notre Dame, Ohio State, I like the Buckeyes, but if Riley Leonard can outduel Will Howard, the Golden Domers can steal this game from Ohio State. They match up really well with Ohio State. Their secondary matches up really well with Ohio State's secondary. Notre Dame almost beat Ohio State last year with Sam Hartman. I think they can steal this game from the Buckeyes, but I am going to pick Ohio State. I think they would fare much better against Ohio State than Georgia or LSU. Let's be real. Notre Dame would not beat Georgia or LSU. They wouldn't. I don't know if they'd even beat the Hurricanes. I think they could beat the Hurricanes in Ohio State. I don't think they'd fare well against any of the SEC foes, though. So, Their secondary is going to be amazing. They got Denzel Burke and Jordan Hancock at corner. I think their secondary is going to be amazing this year. And the pass rush, the defensive line, they don't need Michael Bennett. He was the third best defensive tackle on that team. So they're going to be fine without him. They've got Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau back at edge rusher. They do lose Steel Chambers and Tommy Eichenberg, so they're going to have to reload at linebacker, but they're set everywhere else. Go ahead. Lathan Ransom's back. He was decent. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these guys came back for a reason. And I think Ohio State is one of the teams to beat this year with all the talent they have returning. And I like a team with corners over a team with good safeties, but good safety play is just as important when it comes to stopping the passing game in the secondary. And Mitchell Evans, Notre Dame tight end, he matches up extremely well against Ohio State safeties. So that's another reason why Notre Dame could steal this game. Because he made some nice plays last year against Ohio State's linebackers and safeties. So that's the big reason why I could see Ohio State losing this game. But I'm going to take the Buckeyes. And then the Georgia-Miami game, as great as the U is, I think this is where it ends. They could lose to LSU. They will lose to Georgia. So that sets up an Ohio State-Georgia title game. And I'm going to take the Buckeyes over the Bulldogs because Will Howard, he's won a conference title. Carson Beck hasn't. Beck won his bowl game, okay? He won his bowl game. I'll give him that. But Florida State rested their starters in that game. That was not really a fun matchup to watch. That was a blowout. That was a very ugly bowl game to watch. But I'm going to take Ohio State. I mean, they got to get payback for losing to Georgia in the playoff with CJ Stroud. They got to get payback for that. And I think this is where they get it in the national title against Georgia as Ryan Day wins a championship in the first playoff. I don't think Ohio State will win multiple playoffs, but I think they will win the first one because Ohio State has been a team of firsts. They won the first 4-team playoff. They won the second Fiesta Bowl, but they were the first team to dethrone a national champion in the BCS era. Tennessee beat Florida State. Actually, correction, Oklahoma was the first team to dethrone a national champion in the BCS. Oklahoma dethroned Florida State after they beat Virginia Tech. But in reality, it should have been Oklahoma, Miami. I mean, Florida State lost head-to-head to the U and got in over Miami in the BCS era. So, to be fair of the U should have played Oklahoma that year. And I think Miami would have won 2 in a row and been in the same spot as USC had they gotten that opportunity. But that's another conversation for another day. And we've spent the last 25 minutes talking about the playoff. Now, before I get into my mock draft, we got to go through week 1 and 2. Or not weeks 1 and 2. We got to go through the first week of the NFL season. I've got 11 games typed on the website, Joey. 11 of the 16 games have been typed. We're not going to go through all 11. We're only going to go through the first 2 games because we're not going to have a show on Thursday or Friday. So we'll go through Ravens Chiefs and we'll go through Packers, Eagles. Right now, I'm guessing Joey's going to take the Chiefs and the Packers, but we will break down these matchups here. And right now, these are just guesses of who I think everyone's going to pick. But we're only going to have 7 this year compared to the 11 we had last year. I'll pull up the predictions. I mean, we had the best NFL predictions for 4 years in a row now. Can we make it 5? We'll see. I want to have that moment where I pass the torch on to somebody else like Professor Oak and Pokemon, but our team is just too damn good. Our team is delaying me from having that moment, and that's not a knock on me. That's just a testament to how damn good our team is. I had the number 1 record in 2020, 2021. Then Wes had it the following year. Then I had it in 22, 23. And then Lisa had 199 games correct on the year, just clobbering everybody and anybody in her path. So, I mean, that's the thing. Before Lisa won it last year, the highest ranked female in NFL predictions was Mina Kimes, who finished 5th in 2020, 2021. But Lisa did something that Mina Kimes couldn't even pull off. And that's not a knock on Mina Kimes. That's just a testament to how good Lisa was last year. But yeah, as far as the Ravens go, the Ravens are playing the Chiefs. And the Ravens, they got a good offensive line. Ronnie Stanley, Andrew Voorhees, Linderbaum, Falele at right guard, and Rosengarten. Josh Jones and Makari are the backup tackles. I like the depth at offensive tackle. Zay Flowers, Bateman, and Nelson Aguilar are the slot receivers. You also have Teelan Wallace, Devontae Walker, and Deontay Hardy for depth. I will confirm this because I want to make sure. Yeah, so that is correct. Those 6 are on the official roster. Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kolar. Ridiculous depth at tight ends. Some good depth at receiver. Henry is the starting running back. Justice Hill is the backup. Keaton Mitchell will be the 3rd stringer when he returns from the PUP. And Rasheen Ali is the number 3 running back right now. So just looking at this Ravens-Chiefs game, looking at the Ravens offense, they do have a lot of depth coming back, but it's not going to be for anything if Lamar Jackson can't stay healthy. But, you know, Lamar Jackson, he has a lower injury risk than Burrow this year, but I think both quarterbacks are going to end up staying healthy. And if they do, the Ravens are going to be one of the teams to beat in the AFC North. They just have so much talent coming back. And I think that is the thing to look at with the Ravens. National media is only looking at the stars. They're not looking at the big picture objectively like we do. That's what the media gets wrong. I think the Ravens are a team that's going to struggle in the first half and catch their stride in the second half because they play the Chiefs in the first half. They play the Bengals in Cincinnati, the Browns in Cleveland, and the Bills in week 4. I think they are a team that's going to struggle in the first half, but they're going to catch their stride in the second half. Their toughest game in the second half is a road contest against the Chargers. That's their toughest game in the second half of the season. So, and they also play the Cowboys in Dallas in week 3 too. So I think the first half of the season for the Ravens is going to be the challenge. And I think they're going to dominate the second half, though. As far as the defense goes, they've got Madubuike, Michael Pierce at nose tackle, Broderick Washington at 34 left end, and Travis Jones is the backup nose tackle. Owa, Kyle Van Noy back at edge rusher. Roquan Smith and Trent Simpson are quite the tandem at 34 middle linebacker. Ojabo's the backup, 34 outside linebacker. Marlon Humphrey is the field corner. Brandon Stevens is the boundary. Arthur Millette is the nickel corner once he returns from injured reserve. The guy who's starting at nickel is undrafted free agent Ardarius Washington. And I would start Nate Wiggins or Jalen Armour Davis, but that's not what the Ravens plan on doing. Right now, according to our lads, that Washington's going to be the nickel. I think they can beat the Cowboys, but the Bills might be the team they lose to. The Bills might be the team they lose to. They're going to be 2-2. I think they're going to be 2-2 in the first 4 games because they host the Raiders in week 2. They should beat Minshew. They play the. I know Minshew went into Baltimore and beat the Ravens last year with the Colts. He's not doing that again. He's not going to do that again. The Ravens are going to remember that, and they're going to be freaking super pissed off if they lose to Kansas City. And they'll have more time to prepare. So I don't think that's going to happen again. They play the Cowboys in Dallas in week 3, and then they host the Bills in week 4. They're going to lose to either Dallas or Buffalo. They're probably going to lose to Kansas City. But I do think they will catch their stride in the second half. But I don't agree with the decision to play Ardarius Washington at nickel. You got Nate Wiggins. You got Jalen Armour Davis, 4th-round pick out of Alabama in 22. Oh, and TJ Tampa, who is off the PUP list. I know TJ Tampa was on the PUP list in training camp, but he's a 2nd to 3rd round corner. He fell to round 4. He's your number 6 corner. You have as many as 3 corners that might be better than Washington. I don't agree with the decision to play him at the nickel, but that may be what the Ravens are doing until Millette comes back from his injury. I think the Ravens are going to beat Dallas, but they're going to lose to Buffalo. And it's going to come as a surprise to you when they go into Dallas and win because you expect more from Dallas. With Dallas always loses games they're supposed to win. And Because that's what I think will end up happening with Dallas. Dallas's number 2 receiver is Brandon Cooks. I think Cooks will struggle against Brandon Stevens. I think Lamb can get 100 yards against Marlon Humphrey, but at the same time, I could see Humphrey blanketing him. And Jalen Tolbert's the slot receiver. Jalen Tolbert, he's had his moments, but he's been inconsistent his first 2 years. I am not confident enough to say Jalen Tolbert beats Ardarius Washington outright. I'm not confident enough to say he makes that leap in year 3. I mean, we'll see. Because if you're correct, Dallas will win, but I'm not confident Tolbert's going to break out. He was hyped up coming out of college. I liked him in college too, but he hasn't broken out yet. I don't know if he's going to break out, so that's why I'm leaning Baltimore right now. Oh, and Keon Coleman is currently the number 4 receiver on the Bills depth chart. So if that holds up, Allen's just going to have to win the turnover battle against a lot of the teams in order for the Bills to win games. But that's another topic. I want to get back to the Chiefs now and why I think they're going to win this game because they do have some guys. The Ravens, they have Kyle Hamilton and Marcus Williams at strong safety and free safety. Eddie Jackson replaces Geno Stone as the situational backup safety. Justin Tucker's the kicker. Jordan Stout's the punter. Duvernay is the punt returner. So that's the thing. Devin Duvernay is going to be the kick returner and the punt returner for the Ravens this year. Wait, no, that's last year. Devin Duvernay's on the Jaguars now. What the hell? I forgot to edit that part out of the article. But yeah, Justice Hill. I was able to correct myself before you had the opportunity to roast me. You were about getting ready to roast me, but I was able to correct myself in time. But it was very close. But yeah, Justice Hill is the kick returner. Tylan Wallace is the punt returner. That's what the Ravens have going for them. The Chiefs, they got Mahomes at quarterback. Kingsley Suamadi is going to start at left tackle as a rookie. Thuney's the left guard. Creed Humphrey's the center. Trey Smith, right guard. Jawan Taylor's the right tackle. Wanya Morris is the backup left tackle. Hunter Norzad's the backup center, the Penn State rookie. CJ Hansen's the backup right guard. And undrafted free agent Ethan Driscoll out of Marshall ended up beating out Lucas Niang for the backup right tackle job, which is a big surprise because Niang was expected to be the backup right tackle. The Chiefs brought him back on a team-friendly deal thinking, okay, he could be the backup right tackle, and Driscoll, an undrafted free agent out of Marshall, beat him out for the right tackle job, the backup right tackle job. Yeah. Yeah, they've got a ton of weapons. Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, and Marquise Brown are the top three receivers, with all three receivers can play number one flanker, secondary receiver, or slot receiver. You can plug all three of those guys into any of those roles, and whoever the Chiefs plug into slot receiver is going to have an unfair advantage against Darius Washington. That's just the reality. If Nate Wiggins was starting, this would be entertaining. But I think any of those receivers can go off versus Darius Washington. I do. And that's going to be the matchup. There's more than that, though, Joey. I mean, Kansas City's backup receivers are Sky Moore, Justin Watson, and Juju Smith-Schuster. McCole Hardman's the number 7 receiver. And then you look at the Chiefs' tight end depth behind Kelsey. Noah Gray is the backup. Jared Wiley, the draft pick the Chiefs made out of TCU, is the third-string tight end. Peyton Hendershot, the Cowboys' third-string tight end last year, is now the number 4 tight end on the Chiefs. So yeah, the Chiefs have so much depth. I really don't see a drop in quality, regardless of what happens at receiver and tight end. And let's get to the running backs. Pacheco's the starting running back. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the backup. The big surprise is Carson Steele, the former Ball State running back that transferred to UCLA. He won the third-string running back job. And the Chiefs also got Samaj Perine, who got cut by I think was it the Broncos? And they added him as a fourth-string running back. So, and Carson Wentz is the backup to Mahomes. So the Chiefs have depth everywhere except for left guard. Left guard is the only position they don't have depth at. They lost Nick Allegretti. They didn't add anybody to their depth chart at left guard, but I'm sure they've got somebody on the practice squad. They probably bring Niang up from the practice squad and play him at left guard if something happens to Thuney. But as long as Thuney's healthy, that's not going to be an issue. Oh, the backup left guard, Mike Caliendo, a undrafted free agent in 2022 who went to Western Michigan. He's been on the Chiefs practice squad for 2 years. So that's the backup left guard. Yeah, but I love the depth. That's what I'm getting at. The Chiefs have great depth everywhere except at left guard. But let's face it, if they lose Mahomes or Kelsey or Creed Humphrey or Joe Thuney, there will be a drawback in the quality of the offense. As good as the Chiefs are and as much depth as they have, that is the reality. They need the stars to win. I mean, as good as they are offensively. And then you look at the Chiefs defense, they've got Mike Donna at right end, Karlaftis at left end, Felix Anudike-Uzomah's the backup 43 right end, the 2023 first round pick. Omeni, who's the backup left end when he gets activated off the PUP list. Chris Jones and Derek Nottie are the two defensive tackles. Mike Pennell and Wharton are the backup defensive tackles. Drew Tranquill is the right outside linebacker replacing Willie Gay Jr. Nick Bolton's the middle linebacker. Leo Chenal's the Sam linebacker. Kansas City still has depth on the defensive line, but their lack of depth at linebacker compared to the last 2 years does concern me to a point. And look, if the Chiefs run a 4-2-5 nickel defense, they're going to be fine as far as depth goes. But if they run a 43 base defense, they're not going to have any depth behind those three if injuries occur. And that's the thing with the Chiefs. I think they're thinner at linebacker compared to the previous 2 years. Trent McDuffie is going to be the number one field corner. That's not a surprise. He's been that for 2 years in a row now, allowing Snead to go back to boundary where he thrived early in his rookie year when Ward was on the Chiefs. Last year, both Joshua Williams and Jalen Watson played nickel corner next to McDuffie. Algerius Snead with next to McDuffie and Snead. Both Joshua Williams and Watson played nickel corner next to McDuffie and Snead, but with Snead being traded to Tennessee, there are other corners like Nazeeh Johnson, who won the boundary cornerback job, a 27th round pick drafted after McDuffie and Watson. Chamari Connor, a 2023 fourth round pick, won the nickel corner job. So now Williams and Watson are looking at dime and quarter roles, even though they've got more experience starting than Johnson and Connor. So there is a little bit of a shakeup at corner outside of McDuffie. I don't know if that's going to affect. McDuffie is a top 10 corner. I wouldn't go as far as to say he's a top 5. I've got Jalen Johnson of the Bears and Denzel Ward of the Browns as my top 2 individual corners. But Trevon Diggs is going to be healthy this year. There are a lot of good number 1 corners this year. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. I mean, Justin Reed's going to be the strong safety. Brian Cook's the free safety. The number 3 safety is Jaden Hicks, the 4th round pick out of Washington State. I was not high on him. I'm not sure if Kansas City is a number 2 cornerback now with Johnson and Connor starting over Williams and Watson. And I'm not sure the Chiefs have the safety depth they had in previous years when injuries occurred. So that's the thing. Less linebacker depth, more uncertainty at corner, outside of McDuffie, less safety depth. Those could be things that keep the Chiefs from three-peating. But I think this offense is going to go on a tear. I think Mahomes is going to have his best year since 2018. I think he's going to have a better season than 2022. I do. And if you remember that 2018 season, the Chiefs were number 1 in passing yards. They were 30th in points allowed, and they were 32nd in passing yards the year Mahomes became the starter. And they got to the AFC Championship despite that. I'm not sure. I was not high on Hickman. I was not high on Hicks coming out of college, but it didn't matter. Hickman's game translated to the pros. Hicks, I wasn't high on him. I had like a 5th round grade on him. He went about where I expected him to go, but he went to a good situation where he doesn't have to play right away. He can just absorb everything like a sponge and learn everything. So, but yeah, the Chiefs are going to have Harrison Butker at kicker. Replacing Tommy Townsend at punter is Matt Ariaza, the former Bills punter that got falsely accused of sexual assault. And he gets a second chance with the Chiefs. McCole Hardman's going to be the kick returner, and Xavier Worthy's going to be the punt returner. The Chiefs are favored by 2.5. The over-under is 46.5. 52% of the public's betting on the Chiefs. Money line is plus 130 for Baltimore and minus 150 for Kansas City. I like Kansas City to win and cover with the under. Bet 250 on this game, win up to 400 as long as the Chiefs win by 3 or more. I think the Chiefs win by a field goal, 24-21. That was my score back in May. Coincidentally, that was also PFN's score, and I've still got the exact same score that I had back in May. As far as the staff goes, we've only got 7 this year. We lost Jesse Lucas, Tanya Holmes, Brian Bayless, who had only 0 loss week in company history, and Lisa, last year's Pick'em champion. So right now, I believe Oren's going to take the Ravens in an upset. The rest of our staff has the Chiefs winning. This is just based off of guesstimates. If Jason or Kerm sends me a text message and tells me to switch to the Ravens, I'll update this. But as of right now, I am guessing that everyone except for Oren is going to take the Chiefs. I think Oren's the only person bold enough to take the Ravens in Kansas City. I don't think this game's going to be a lock. I think they're going to dominate like they did in 2018, and then they're going to lay an egg in the divisional round. That's kind of what I think they're going to do. And when I say dominate, I think Mahomes is going to have a better season than he did in 2022 and a better regular season than in 2018. Honestly, that's how good I think Mahomes is going to be. I believe Mahomes will throw for a minimum of 5,314 yards. That's his floor for this year. His ceiling, 5,717 yards. That is my ceiling for Patrick Mahomes in 2024. I think Mahomes could approach 5,700 passing yards. I have Patrick Mahomes becoming the first quarterback in NFL history to exceed 6,000 total yards in a season. I have him throwing for anywhere 5,300 and 5,700 yards, and I think he gets just as many rushing. Gets anywhere between 200 and 700 rushing yards to go with the passing yards, and I think that adds up to 6,000 total yards, over 6,000 total yards. So I think Mahomes will reach. Yeah. Chiefs are not a good payout. That's the thing. And I think somebody will beat them in the divisional round. They're due for a letdown in the divisional round. They're due for a game where they dominate the regular season and then they just lose in the divisional round like the Patriots did in 2010, 2011 when the Jets knocked them out as a 6 seed. They're due for a game like that. So I think the Chiefs are going to fight like hell this year. This is going to be the peak year for the Chiefs, and then everything could go downhill next year. But after that, I think we'll see the Chiefs get a. I do think Mahomes will win a fourth Super Bowl, but it'll be in his 30s. But we'll see. I don't want to speculate that far ahead because I feel like we're at the point where after Brady got his third Super Bowl, there was a changing of the guard. Big Ben, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning. All the young upcoming stars at QB got at least a ring. And I think that's the next step. Lamar, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, all the stars get at least a ring. Maybe Stroud enters that conversation. Maybe Hurts enters that conversation. Maybe Lawrence. That's a stretch. But there's going to be some other guys that enter the conversation. And then then Mahomes will get his fourth. I think they're going to go 15-2, best regular season record, and they're going to lose in the divisional round. I know that's bold. That's bold as hell because I'm saying not only do I think the Chiefs are going to dominate, I think Mahomes is going to have a career regular season. When I say career regular season, I mean he's going to have 53 to 5,700 passing yards, and he's going to get enough rushing yards to become the first quarterback in NFL history to have 6,000 total yards in a season. That's passing and rushing yards combined, Joey. 6,000 total yards in a season for Patrick Mahomes this year. I'm calling my shot. I think it's going to be the Jets. That's the thing. And everyone's going to be like, what the fuck? The Chiefs just lost in the divisional round to the Jets. This is bullshit. That's what I think it's good. I could see it being the Ravens too if they end up as the wild card. I think there are three teams that could beat them. The Jets, the Ravens, and the Bengals. Those are the three that could beat them in the divisional round. Everyone else, tough luck. I think the Bengals are a year away, Joey. I think next year will be the Bengals' year. Because everyone's expecting it to be this year with Burrow going back to the Superdome where he won the national title. I think we're a year away from Burrow winning it. I think Burrow gets it as Lombardi in San Francisco, where Montana played. I think Burrow's time will be in a year from now, but it's coming. Burrow's time is coming. And I think the quarterback with the best chance of getting multiple Super Bowls outside of Mahomes, you take any quarterback, Lamar, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, you take any of those four, which one of those four is going to get 2 rings? I think it's Burrow. I think we're in agreement on that. If any of those 4 ends up getting 2 rings, it's going to be Burrow. I think Lamar could get 1 this year, but after he gets that 1 ring, I think he's just going to play out his contract like Flacco. And the hunger's going to be gone. He really can't call himself Tom Brady's rival because he never beat Brady in the playoffs. Brady beat him twice. Yeah, but Brady did retire, but Brady went 2-0 against Mahomes. So Brady and Burrow are the only quarterbacks that have beaten Mahomes in the playoffs. That's why Kansas City losing to anyone else besides Cincinnati is going to come as a shock to the rest of the NFL world. Well, 2 of the Chiefs' 3 playoff losses came when I was at Texas Roadhouse. I went to Texas Roadhouse to watch the Patriots AFC Championship win over the Chiefs. I also went to Texas Roadhouse the night before the Bengals beat the Chiefs. Texas Roadhouse is bad luck for the Kansas City Chiefs. I feel like if the Browns end up playing the Chiefs in the playoffs, Joey's going to get on a plane to Pittsburgh, and he's going to force me to go to Texas Roadhouse so the Browns beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. I feel like we're at that point. Because if Texas Roadhouse is bad luck for the Chiefs, I feel like you're just going to drag me there so that somebody beats them. And look, Texas Roadhouse has really good ribs. They do. They have really good ribs. They have yep. Yeah, I love Texas Roadhouse. I love the ribs. I love the cheese fries. I get mashed potatoes with like sour cream and cheese on them. It's like really good food at Texas Roadhouse. They also have like steak you can get there. They have the cinnamon butter that you can put. Yeah, I'm gonna get Joey hungry just by talking about Texas Roadhouse. So I'll get to the next matchup: Packers Eagles in Brazil. I think this is going to be. I like the over here with both teams switching to new defensive schemes, but I don't think either team's going to score 30 points in Brazil. Jordan Love became the highest paid quarterback after getting the Packers the divisional round. Rasheed Walker at left tackle, Elgin Jenkins at left guard, Josh Myers at center, Jordan Morgan's the right guard, the rookie out of Arizona, first-round pick, and Zach Tom's the right tackle. Andre Dillard is the backup left tackle. Jacob Monk is the backup center. Sean Ryan's the backup right guard. You have Christian Watson as the number 1 receiver. Romeo Doubs was the secondary receiver last year, but Jaden Reed supplanted Doubs as the number 2 receiver in camp this year, but Doubs is still the slot. Both guys are just going to see the field. Wicks is the number 4. Luke Musgrave's the number 1 tight end. Tucker Kraft is the backup. And then you have Josh Jacobs as the starting running back. Marshawn Lloyd is the backup. And A.J. Dillon, the third-string running back, is on IR. But the Packers have depth at running back, receiver, and tight end. The backup quarterback is Malik Willis. So the Packers, Sean Clifford gets demoted from backup to the practice squad. Michael Pratt, the Packers ended up cutting Michael Pratt. He signed with Tampa. And now, which kind of surprised me because Michael Pratt was the first player to get an invite to Senior Bowl when Nagy handed out the invites last year. So for him to get cut, that kind of surprised me. And Malik Willis is going to be starting if anything bad happens to Jordan Love. Yeah, we're going to have Malik Willis starting at quarterback. That's where we're going to be if anything bad happens to Jordan Love. So yeah. I just don't think Malik Willis will do anything with this offense. But hey, maybe he'll surprise people. But I think the Packers have a ton on offense. They're moving to a 43 defense. Preston Smith's going to be the right end. Kenny Clark and TJ Slayton. Tadarius Slayton, the former Florida Gator, did beat out Devontae Wyatt for the second defensive tackle job in camp. I was kind of surprised hearing that myself. And Gary's the left end. Lucas Van Ness is the backup right end. Devontae Wyatt is one of the backups. Carl Brooks is the other backup defensive tackle to Slayton. Kingsley Ngabari is the backup to Rashawn Gary. Lucas Van Ness is the backup to Preston Smith. Colby Wooten, the defensive tackle you liked, is the third-string defensive tackle of the Packers. Quay Walker and Isaiah McDuffie are the starting linebackers. Tyron Hopper is a backup right outside linebacker, the rookie, to Quay Walker, and Edgerrin Cooper's a backup to McDuffie. I think Cooper will start for Green Bay next year, but they're going to ease him in, and McDuffie was able to win the job, so you got to give McDuffie credit for that. To do that in the final year of his rookie deal. The Packers, Jair Alexander is the number 1 corner. Eric Stokes is the number 2 corner. Keshawn Nixon, who was a defensive captain last year over Alexander's the nickel. Carrington Valentine's the dime corner. Corey Ballantyne's the quarter corner. Packers are 5 deep at corner. Xavier McKinney's the strong safety. Javon Bullard is the free safety. So, yeah. I've got the Packers and Lions in the NFC title game, okay? When I did the season previews, I came out and said the very first episode of the season 14 premiere that we are going to see the Packers get in as a 6th seed. They're going to go on a run and beat both the NFC West champion and the number 1 seed, which I have the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, Eagles are my number 1 seed in the NFC, but I have the Eagles winning this game and the Packers getting their revenge in the playoffs at Lincoln Financial. And I have Jordan Love doing what Brett Favre failed to do, beating the Eagles in Lincoln Financial Field. Well, we try to talk about each division in August because we have each division. We can't always talk about the exciting team or the fun team. At, on paper, I think they're the best team in the NFC outside of the Lions. And here's what's impressive at kicker. Braden Narvison beat out both Anders Carlson and Greg Joseph for the kicker job. I mean, Braden Narvison, because it was supposed to be between Carlson and Greg Joseph. Those were the two that were supposed to be the starting kicker. Braden Narvison, an undrafted free agent, ends up beating out both of them for the starting kicker job. And yeah, I mean, Narvison, Joey's right. This is an epic rant because Narvison, this is not something you expected from him, but he did it, and you got to give him his flowers. You got to give him his due. Keshawn Nixon is the nickel corner, but he's also the return specialist at kick returner and punt returner. Eagles, they have Hurts at quarterback. Mailata's the left tackle. Dickerson's the left guard. Juergens is the center. Mekhi Becton's the right guard. And Lane Johnson's the right tackle. Trevor Keegan's the backup left guard. Matt Hennessy's the backup center. Tyler Steen's the backup right guard. Love the depth on the interior despite Jason Kelce retiring. I love the depth on the interior. And Kelce thought Juergens was most qualified to succeed him at center, so that's who ends up moving to center. The Eagles had A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith as their number 1 and number 2 options. They're both capable of being number 1s. And they got Jahan Dotson in the trade with the Commanders. He's the slot receiver now. Johnny Wilson, the 6th round pick, will be the number 4 receiver. Dallas Goedert is the starting tight end. Grant Calcaterra is the backup tight end. Yeah, I'm not high on Calcaterra, but he's done a nice job maintaining that number 2 tight end job in Philadelphia. They've got Saquon Barkley at running back. Kenneth Gainwell's the backup. Will Shipley's the 3rd string back. Philadelphia's deep at a lot of positions offensively, and they'll be a force in the NFC as long as Hurts is healthy. Jordan Mailata's the back. Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts. If those 3 stay healthy, they can reload anywhere else, whether it's tight end, running back, receiver, interior offensive line. But if any of those 3 get injured, that can hinder the Eagles. But I also think Kellen Moore is going to win over the locker room this year and then lose the locker room over time. But he's going to have a big year this year in his first year with the Eagles. And we'll see what happens. But I think the Eagles' offense is going to be really good this year. They're moving to a 34 defense, too. Jalen Carter's going to start at 34 right end. Jordan Davis is going to start at nose tackle. Milton Williams is going to be the 34 left end. Byron Young, who got cut by the Raiders, is the backup 34 right end. Moro Ojamo is the backup 34 left end. Josh Sweat is the 34 right outside linebacker. Zach Bond, he played outside linebacker in the 43 and 34 his entire career. He's going to be the 34 Mike linebacker. Devin White, the other 34 middle linebacker. Bryce Huff is the 34 left outside linebacker. Nolan Smith is the backup 34 right outside linebacker. Nakobe Dean and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. are the backup middle linebackers. Brandon Graham is the backup left outside linebacker. Oh, and the Eagles, they have some 3rd string players that are pretty good too. Patrick Johnson's the 3rd string right outside linebacker. Oren Burks, 3rd string middle linebacker. Jalix Hunt, their 3rd round pick, is out of Houston Christians, the 3rd string left outside linebacker. Philadelphia, a ton of depth at both 34 outside linebacker as well as 34 middle linebacker on the inside, Joey. And that right there is why I think the Eagles are going to be such a pain in the ass to play against. That depth. Now they are transitioning to a 34 defense. It's going to take time for everything to come together, but Darius Slay's the number 1 corner. Isaiah Rodgers is number 2. Former number 1 corner on the Colts. Quinion Mitchell's your nickel. Keely Ringo's your dime corner. Eli Ricks is your quarter corner. But the number 6 corner at the moment is Cooper DeJean. He did not get activated off the PUP until August 22nd. So he's been off the PUP for 11 days now. He's still catching up. He could jump Ricks by the 3rd or 4th game as the number 5 corner. I think he'll jump Ringo as the number 4 by midseason. But unless Slayer Rogers gets injured, I don't think he'll see much playing time. No, you're not wrong. There's a lot of guys in the PUP list. It's hard to keep track of everything as far as depth charts go, injuries go. The Eagles, they brought back C.J. Gardner-Johnson at strong safety. Reed Blankenship is going to start at free safety. The Eagles have Bradbury moving from boundary corner to backup strong safety. And they have Avonte Maddox moving from nickel to backup free safety. And Sidney Brown is on injured reserve to start the year. So if Bradbury and Maddox slip up as backups, there will be a window of opportunity for Sidney Brown to get back to second string once he recovers from his injury. Jake Elliott is a kicker. He's the only asset the Eagles have on special teams, but having a top 5 kicker is crucial when you need points. The Eagles are 1-point favorites over the Packers. The money line is plus 105 for Green Bay, minus 125. The over-under is 48.5. 51% of the public's betting on Philadelphia. I like the Eagles to win and cover with the over at minus 125. Bet 175 for the Eagles, win up to 300 as long as the Eagles win by 2 or more. I'm going 28-21. The over barely hits. If this game was not in Brazil, I would have a 35-31 score. Because it's in Brazil, I don't think either team scores 30 points, but I think we see a shootout. And I'm taking the over. Green Bay's learning a new defensive scheme. Philadelphia is learning a new defensive scheme. I always take the over when 2 teams are learning new defensive schemes. That's why I think the Packers beat the Eagles in the playoffs. But because this is in Brazil, I think the Eagles find a way to win. I think the over's going to hit, Joey, but because of the weather and altitude in Brazil, I don't think either team's going to score 30 points. Now, if this game was in Philadelphia or Green Bay, I could see a 35-31 shootout. We're not going to get that in Brazil, though. That's me being a realist. I could still see the over hitting, but it's neither team's going to score 30 points on the other with the altitude in Brazil. That's all I'm getting at. I think you agree with me to a point. I figured you were going to pick the Packers. Are you going with the Eagles then? So you are going to pick the Packers to win this game. Okay. Yeah, and because Restream decided to split screen without my consent, I will reload the write-ups for the first 2 games. It decided to minimize the screen. I could barely see everything, so I'm not going to reread everything I typed word for word. That would just torture Joey. We're not doing that, but I'm guessing Oren's going to take the Ravens. I guess Joey was going to pick the Packers. I feel like everyone else is going to pick the Eagles, but I will edit this. I will send the rest of the staff the predictions tomorrow or Monday because I've got 5 games left to type for week 1. 5 games left to type, and then I am done. But yeah. And then we're going to get to the mock draft. Thank you guys for being patient with me. We're going to get to the mock draft now. I'm going to get to 2 mock drafts. I've got an NFL and an NHL mock. I'm going to do the NFL one first because I know that's the one people give a shit about right now. It's not that people don't care about the NHL. It's just right now, as much as I like James Higgins, the projected number 1 pick in the NHL, there's not even a picture of him in the Boston College uniform on the internet yet. At this time last year, there was a photo of Macklin Celebrini in the Boston U outfit. So even though Higgins is a hell of a player, broke Kucherov's record at the IIHF World Tournament for points in the IIHF, he's not getting the traction that both Connor Bedard and Macklin Celebrini got. And to be fair, while I like him, I don't think he's as good of a prospect as those 2 were. So, and that's not a knock on Higgins. It's just those 2 were that hyped up, not just by the media, but with their play, and they backed it up, and you knew what you were getting. So, but yeah, we'll get to the NFL mock here. We're going to start with the tennis. We're going to start with the 2024. I want the 2025 mock. We're not redoing the 2024 mock. Yeah, like, guy, come on. It's like, yeah. Jim Donovan's probably the second biggest story in Ohio right now. I'm not trying to be a jerk to Jim Donovan, but Johnny Gaudreau died. Johnny Gaudreau was the leader in points for the Columbus Blue Jackets. He died in a bike accident. Him and his brother, they were riding their bikes day before their sister's wedding, and a drunk driver ran over both Gaudreau brothers, killing them both. And Columbus Blue Jackets' leading point scorer from the last 2 years is dead. I'm not saying Jim Donovan won't be a significant loss, but Jim Donovan retiring is peanuts compared to Johnny Gaudreau dying. Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was 31. His brother Matthew's 29. Hopefully Jim Donovan can live another year, but it does suck that Gaudreau died so early. I mean, he was going to become a father. The Matthew Gaudreau, the younger brother of Johnny Gaudreau's wife, was expected to deliver the couple's first baby in a few months, and the brother's sister, Johnny Gaudreau, and Matthew Gaudreau's sister was supposed to be married on Friday, but with Matthew and Johnny Gaudreau both dying, that has been delayed. So, and it sucks, but Sean Higgins, the guy who ran over both Johnny and did Joey disconnect, or is Joey just Yeah, I'm going to wait to see what Joey does because we are going to talk about the mock draft shortly. I'm not just going to jump into them. I'm more considerate than that. I want to jump into them, but I'm not that condescending. Yeah. Okay. I just reflected on Johnny Gaudreau's and Matthew Gaudreau's death. Um, but yeah, it sucks. Sucks what happened to them. Hopefully Jim Donovan lives prosperously. It's just a very sad Thursday for people in Ohio, not just Jim Donovan fans, but Johnny Gaudreau fans in Columbus too. Yeah, college football's back, but it was just a very sad day in Ohio. Yep. And on that, let me know when you're ready for me to start my 2025 mock draft. I've got it loaded on the site. I've got the I've got the mock draft loaded. We're going to talk about the NFL draft, and I'll update you guys on some of the games that take place as the games come in. But they're just talking about the Super Dogs before Johnny Manziel goes on College Game Day. And yes, Johnny Manziel is the first guest picker for College Game Day this year. Johnny Manziel. That's the first guest picker for this year in college football. I've got the Patriots at picking number 2, but we have the same player going to New England. So let's save that for number 2. We can, but at number 1, I've got the Titans going Shedeur Sanders because my top 4 players, number 1 player on my board is Michigan corner Will Johnson. Number 2 player on my board is LSU left tackle Will Campbell. Georgia free safety Malachi Starks is 3rd on my board, and Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden is 4th on my big board. I don't think the Titans are going to draft any of those players at 1. Top 3 quarterbacks on my board are Shedeur Sanders, who's 57th, Carson Beck, who's 58th, and Quinn Ewers, who's 64th. I do not have a first-round quarterback at the moment, but Shedeur. I've got a defensive end at 9 on my board, but I don't think it's the same guy as Joey. I've got Mikael Williams out of Georgia at 9th on my board. I think Joey has he reminds me of Trayvon Walker. I think he's a better version of Trayvon Walker, personally. I have him at 9 on my board. I know in the mock draft Walter Football did, they had Harold Perkins and Mikael Williams at 2 and 3. I think you're thinking of James Pierce Jr., the Tennessee edge rusher, who's my number 2 edge rusher. If Tennessee is the number 1 pick, there's legitimately 2 options. The reason the Titans will not take Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, at 1 is, number 1, a corner's never gone number 1 overall. And number 2, the Titans already have Ladarius Sneed and Chidobe Awuzie. They paid big money to both of them. They still have Roger McCreary at nickel corner on a rookie deal for 2 more years. logistically, I don't see them taking a corner at 1. They just drafted Latham to be their left tackle. As much as I like Will Campbell, I don't see the Titans giving up on Latham at left tackle after 1 year. Malachi Starks, free safety, they could go that route, but safeties just don't go number 1 overall, especially in today's NFL. Yes, they did bring in Quandre Diggs on a 1-year deal. They still have Amani Hooker. Yes, in theory, Malachi Starks would be an excellent number 1 pick, but it's not going to happen. It's just not. Safety is not going to go number 1 overall. And while Luther Burden would be a great replacement for Tyler Boyd at slot receiver, you'd still have Hopkins and Ridley. You'd have the weapons for Levis. I just don't see the Titans taking a wide receiver because they still have Burks on a rookie deal. I think if the Titans are at 1, they will either get an edge rusher to replace Arden Key or they will draft a quarterback. And even though I've got Shedeur, Beck, and Ewers at 57, 58, and 64 on my big board, all 3 of those quarterbacks have better floors and ceilings than Will Levis. So they're going to pick the best of those 3 at 1. The guy they like the best of those 3 at 1. James Pierce Jr. struggled against Alabama. That's why he's not in my top 5. I put him at like 25 on my big board because he's a liability against the run, liability and coverage more so than Dallas Turner, but he is an elite pass rusher. He is an elite pass rusher. I will give you that. If he can improve his run stuffing and his coverage, he will go in the top 5. And if he doesn't, he's probably a late first-round pick. Yeah. So even if quarterback is a reach at 1, I believe the Titans will take a quarterback unless Levis makes a major leap in year 2. I've got the Titans finishing 1-16 with Levis getting his only home victory against Jacoby Brissett. Now, if Drake May starts by then, the Titans could be 0-17. That's how bad I think the Titans are on paper. And if they are that bad, they will end up picking a quarterback at 1. And let's take a closer look at Shedeur, Beck, and Ewers. Shedeur is the only quarterback of the 3 that can make up to all 6 progressions, but he also has the worst internal clock of the 3. Carson Beck can only make 4 out of 6 progressions, but he has an exceptional internal clock, where if he didn't play in the NFL, I think he could be in the CIA. That is how quickly Beck processes information, that if he chose to turn down the NFL, I think he could get into the CIA. Quinn Ewers, I think he can make 5 out of 6 progressions, but his internal clock isn't as good as Beck's, and he holds on to the ball longer than Beck. But he also gets rid of the ball quicker than Sanders. That's why this is so tough. Do you want the quarterback with the best internal clock, or do you want the quarterback with the best progressions? There's not a quarterback that's congruent in terms of internal clock and progressions like the guys in last year's draft. Caleb Williams, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Jaden Daniels. There's not a guy that's boom, 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 boom. Even Penix, who I had as my QB 5. The thing that makes this so difficult for me, Joey, is I have the same exact grade on both Shedeur and Beck. I have a floor grade of 73 out of 99, which means Beck, Sanders, they will come in as a rookie, have a 73 overall rating, 3 points higher than Will Levis's current 70 rating. And I think their ceiling is 93, which is where I think they max out. 93 is, and this feels like a complete stalemate between Beck and Sanders. This is the first time I've ever had the same floor and ceiling grade on two different quarterbacks in one draft. And honestly, it feels about as even as the 2000 election between Al Gore and George W. Bush in the state of Florida, where the recount happened. That is how close it is between Beck and Sanders. We're talking 2000 election recount. That is a comp I have heard a lot of. I mean, I don't see Goff. I'm trying to think of a quarterback. I see a lot of Trent Dilfer and Carson Beck. Good Trent Dilfer when he game manages, bad Trent Dilfer. I also see a lot of Joe Flacco and Beck. So I'm giving Shedeur the landslide edge at 1, but it is very close between Sanders and Beck. In the very split second Sanders slips up, Beck will supplant him. Because you look at the quarterbacks in 2024 with Caleb Williams, I think I gave him a floor of 77 or 78 and a ceiling of 99. Drake May, 98. Jaden Daniels, 97. McCarthy, 97. I mean, I had really high ceilings and really high floor grades on all those guys. I don't have a high floor grade on any of the QBs. I think there are QBs that have high ceilings, but it's going to take 3 or 4 years for the QBs in this draft to reach those ceilings. I think it's going to take probably 4 years if we're being honest. Are you willing to wait 4 years to get a Pro Bowl quarterback? That's the thing. Most teams are not willing to wait that long to get that. If I can see Carson Beck make 5 to 6 progressions and he matches what he did last year, I'd be prepared to move him ahead of Shedeur. I haven't seen that from him yet. He might show that today against Clemson. We're going to find out in just a few minutes. That game is on yeah. So Shadur ended up going to the Titans, and he gets Brian Callahan, former Bengals offensive coordinator, as his head coach. But he's also going to be in a really tough division with Stroud, Lawrence, Richardson. And I don't think his ceiling's as high as any of those three. As much as I like Shadur, I think his ceiling is lower than those three. And his floor is lower than those three, too. So that's a big disadvantage. Yep, I agree. And that is the number 2 player for me, New England Patriots, Will Campbell. I could have gone Will Johnson here. I could have gone for value over need, but here's the thing. Outside of Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks, there's not a left tackle that has the pass blocking footwork to be a day one starter. A lot of the left tackles in this draft are very raw when it comes to pass blocking footwork. Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks both excel in that area, but Will Campbell is, I could go on my Virgo Capricorn rant. May is a Virgo, Campbell's a Capricorn. Campbell was born on January 6th. These two are going to click the way Joey and Oren clicked without the tension Joey and Oren had. And urinating tree, Grassi, Grassi's a Virgo, Tree's a Capricorn. The combo works. And if May and Campbell both end up in New England, they're both going to hit their ceiling around the same time. And I think Campbell's a player that can hit his ceiling by 2027, which is when I think Dre May is going to begin to approach that Josh Allen Pro Bowl caliber status territory. You got to develop him, be patient with him. But I think 2027 is probably when you're going to start seeing flashes of Bledsoe from May. You're not going to see that right out of the gate, especially not with this offensive line right now. But if you get Will Campbell, you have a chance to get that. He squatted 350 as a freshman, 500 as a sophomore, and now 615 entering his junior year. Will Campbell is the biggest reason Jane Daniels was the second pick in the draft outside of Malik Neighbors. Period. I have a 96 potential grade on Will Campbell, but he might be the first left tackle since Jake Long or Joe Thomas to get a max 99 out of 99 grade at the left tackle position. He might be the first guy since those two. I don't think I've handed out the max grade to any other offensive tackles. I think I gave Sewell a 98 and I gave Rashawn Slater a 97, but I don't think I gave a tackle a 99 out of 99 for potential. I think Jake Long and Joe Thomas were the only two to get that distinction. And Campbell could be the third guy to get that, or the first since Long to get that. He could. Another dominant year at LSU. I'm not ready to go there yet, but Look, Will Campbell had success against both Jared Verse and Dallas Turner on film last year. Okay, that's the reality. You have to judge a player by what they do on game film, not just where they are consensus-wise in mock drafts. New England is not going to be able to get... I think there's only two left tackles that are day one starters, Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks Jr. Neither guy's going to make it to round two. You want to protect Drake May's blindside, you have to draft Will Campbell. And you have to draft him at 1. That's what Kyle Brandt said on Good Morning Football, and I agree with Brandt entirely. I did too. I saw the games on Rumble. He held Dallas Turner and Jared Verse in check. Okay? He held those two in check. So that's what you want from a number 1 pick. A player who dominates against the best of the best. And if you draft Campbell, you can move Strange to left guard, Andrews to center, Sighty Soda right guard, and Onwenu at right tackle. You'd also have Lynn and Polk as the top 2 receivers next year. Hunter Henry would be the tight end. Ramondre Stevenson would be the running back. May would have all the pieces to take off and click in year 2 once Campbell becomes his blind side. I gave Will Campbell a floor grade of 85 out of 99 and a ceiling grade of 96 out of 99. He will reach his ceiling by year 2 or 3. I think he will reach his ceiling by the end of year 2 and by year 3 at the very latest. He could reach his ceiling by the end of year 2, but I think he will reach his ceiling by the end of year 3. But he will be very good, very steady, very reliable. I agree. Honestly, if I were the Titans GM, I would draft Will Campbell at 1 and move Latham over to right tackle and then try to get someone to trade for Petit Friere. That's what I would do if I were Rand Carthen. I don't think he's going to come to the same conclusion as us, though. ABC. And even though I have Will Johnson at number 1 on my board, this is a deeper cornerback draft than it is a left tackle draft. I mean, after Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks, who are both in my top 10, my next best left tackle is like at number 60 on my big board. And I didn't even have a left tackle getting picked in the second round because all the teams that needed left tackles after 60 have stability there. The Jets have Fashanu behind Tyron Smith. The Chiefs have Suamadia. The Ravens have Ronnie Stanley. The Lions extended Decker. The Packers have Rasheed Walker still in a rookie deal. And even if he leaves, you can move Jordan Morgan over to left tackle. So everybody has stability. Everybody in that back end of round 1, 60 to 64, has a good left tackle. So if I have a left tackle at 60 on my board, either a team's got to reach, either a team like the Browns is to reach for them in round 2, or and by the way, I gave the Titans the Alabama right guard in round 2. I gave the Titans the Alabama right guard in round 2. I gave the Patriot, and I will go through my round 2 picks as well as my round 1 picks. But I'm going to get to Minnesota at 3. Closing thoughts on Will Campbell before we get to Minnesota at 3. Yeah, I agree with that. I have Emory Jones in round 2 as my number 3 offensive tackle. And the Georgia Clemson game just started. Cade Klubnik's first pass looked like a wet fart. That is how I would describe his first pass to a running back, where he threw the pass to the ground. The running back couldn't catch it. It literally looked like Cade Klubnik tossed a wet fart. It's not good. It's not good. You're not accurate for a QB if I'm using that analogy. And I don't like using that analogy. So don't put me in a position where I feel like I have to use that analogy. But that's literally what it looked like. He throws a completion here, but we have a penalty. But I'm going to get to the Vikings at 3. I love how we've turned the roast of Cade Klubnik into the roast of Daniel Jones. But yeah, number 3, Minnesota Vikings, Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. The Vikings, they get a number 1 corner. They're going to have a fully healthy McCarthy next year. They're going to have Becton back from a torn ACL. Will Johnson, I gave Will Johnson the highest floor grade, 86 out of 99, and the highest ceiling grade. Will Johnson and Will Campbell were 2 of 3 players with a 96 ceiling grade. The other player ended up falling the Ravens at 32 and is a running back. But I think that Will Johnson might be the most complete corner I've seen since Stingley and Sauce Gardner in 22, with A-plus grades in man, zone, and press. So I'm a big fan of Will Johnson. Well, Kyrie Jackson died, and Mekhi Blackman tore his ACL when the Vikings preview happened. But then McCarthy went down. Andrew Booth got traded. And guess who's the nickel corner? The former Jaguar, Shaq Griffin. Shaq Griffin beat out a Caleb Evans, last year's nickel corner, for the nickel corner job. Yeah, Shaq Griffin came in to Minnesota and won the nickel cornerback job over a Caleb Evans, who was the starting nickel corner on the team. So and guess who the number 2 corner is? It is Stephon Gilmore, who signed with the Vikings. So Gilmore's going to be the number 2 corner next to Byron Murphy. And the nickel corner is going to be Shaq Griffin. All 3 of those guys are on 1-year contracts. You're going to need a true number 1 corner if you let all of those guys walk, which I think the Vikings will. I could see Byron Murphy getting a second chance as a starter as a number 2 or number 3 corner, a third chance, but he's not going to get another chance to start as a number 1 corner, unfortunately. That's just how this business is. That's how the NFL is. If he does not dominate this year, someone else is going to be the number 1 corner on Minnesota next year, and he'll probably be a number 2, number 3 corner from this point on. But yeah, I think Will Johnson, 8 deflections. If a cornerback does go number 1, it may be Will Johnson. He ran a 4.44 40-yard dash this spring. He can play cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. Marvin Harrison and Jr. and Rome Odunze had some success against Will Johnson, but Johnson pushed those guys on plays. He really made those guys earn their receptions. He did a superb job locking down players. And Will Johnson gives the Vikings a number 1 corner. So Will Johnson, my number 1 player, goes to the Vikings at 3. Number 4. I think he'll get an opportunity as a number 2 like Bradbury did when he first signed with the Eagles. That's where I think he's at after this year. Yeah, and I think Murphy has a higher ceiling than Bradbury. Remember, I had Byron Murphy out of Washington as my number 8 player in the 2019 draft, and he fell to the second round. So, that should say something. All right. Next up at number 4 is the Denver Broncos. As much as people want me to give them a quarterback, I'm not going to do that to Bo Nix. Because even if there's a quarterback with a higher ceiling than Bo Nix, there's not a quarterback in next year's draft with a better floor than Bo Nix. There's not. I have enough common sense to recognize that. Game recognizes game. But here's the thing. The Broncos do need a free safety after losing Justin Simmons. And Malachi Starks, the Georgia free safety, is number 3 on my board. So we're going to give the Broncos Malachi Starks, a safety in the top 5, Joey. 44 solo tackles, 24 assisted, 68 total tackles, 1.5 tackles for a loss, 9 deflections, 2 interceptions on Georgia's college football team that repeated is a true sophomore in 2023. So, yeah. And I gave Malachi Starks I think Starks might be the first safety I've given A+ grade to in man zone and press. And I think the only safeties I said that about were Kyle Hamilton and Eric Berry. But here's the thing. Hamilton had a really bad 40 time, which caused him to drop from the top 5 to 14. Malachi Starks could run as low as a 4.38, as high as a 4.44. He has the speed Berry had. As long as he could stay healthy, I think he's locked into the top 5. He isn't as versatile as Berry. Berry could play free safety, strong safety, and nickel corner. Starks is a pure free safety. That's going to be the objection. But Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network called him a blue chip prospect. I agree. He is a blue chip free safety. That is what Denver needs. You'd have Patrick Surtain II at field corner and Starks at free safety. You'd have two really good chess pieces. And JL Skinner is coming into his own at strong safety to the point where Benjamin Albright is praising him. So, yeah. So, I've got Malachi Starks going to Denver at 4. What do you want to say about this pick before I get to number 5? I'll just get to number 5 if you're not going to say anything about Starks. Number 5 is Kelvin Banks Jr., left tackle, Texas, to the Commanders. Jane Daniels gets his blind side, and they move left guard. They move Brandon Coleman to right guard. They move Brandon Coleman to right guard. That Allegretti Baez would remain at center at left guard. But Brandon Coleman replaces Samuel Cosme at right guard, and Andrew Wiley's the right tackle. Their Commanders will have the pieces to contend for they will have the pieces to contend. And yeah, I mean, so they could go with a receiver too. The Commanders, Washington Commanders. So top 4 was number 1, Shadur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado, the Tennessee Titans. New England Patriots took Will Campbell at 2. The Minnesota Vikings took Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan at 3. And the Broncos took Malachi Starks, free safety, Georgia at 4. Washington. I didn't hear your comment, Joey. I think the audio disconnected. I had Delpit in the first round. Maybe I did. I just don't remember. Yeah, I had an A on Delpit. I think I had an A on man, A in zone, and A minus in press. I've got Banks going at 5. I have Banks going at 5. I don't think injuries are going to happen to him. You're talking about Starks, the Georgia safety, right? You're talking about Starks, the Georgia safety, right? Yeah, he is. I had Grant Delpit at 17 on my 2020 big board. I had Grant Delpit as the 17th best player on my big board. I had Andrew Thomas at 18. And I kind of figured Wirfs would be the second tackle picked. I had Wills at 14 on my big board because I figured he'd be the second tackle picked. Because, Andrew Thomas didn't have like a pro day workout. I'm big on those. But Thomas had the best overall tape. Yeah. He is. And I had the highest ceiling grade on him, but I also had the lowest floor grade. 2020 was one of those drafts where it's kind of confusing at the tackle position, but there was so much. It was a weird draft. But yeah, let's get back to 2025 here. I have Malachi Starks, the Georgia safety, going to the Broncos. I have him as the number 3 player on my board. I had Grant Delpit in the Earl Thomas territory. I have I have Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton in the Eric Berry territory. But Kelvin Banks, the Texas left tackle, I have him going to the Commanders. He will be the blind side to Jaden Daniels. And once he becomes the blind side to Jaden Daniels, I believe this Washington team will take off. Because you'll have Eckler at running back. McLaurin is your number one. Zacchaeus will be your number two. McCaffrey will be your slot. Ben Sano will be your tight end. And you'll have Banks at left tackle, Allegretti at left guard, Baez at center, Coleman at right guard, and Wiley at right tackle. If you get Kelvin Banks, I think Washington has a chance to be a playoff team in 2025. I think Brandon Coleman's going to have some growing pains at left tackle, but he's going to end up being a really good right guard next year. And that's why I have Kelvin Banks here. But with Banks as the blind side to Daniels and Campbell as the blind side to May, those quarterbacks will have the pieces to succeed. And Caleb Williams has Braxton Jones at left tackle. So all three of those QBs will be ready to rock and roll and kick ass. Yep. I agree. This draft, it reminds me of the Trent Williams Okung draft, with Campbell and Kelvin Banks. But I think both tackles are going to take those QBs to the next level. That was a tough draft. Yeah, I got the Topps trading cards for the 2009 draft, the 2010 draft, the 2012 draft. I didn't buy a box set for 2011. That was probably the best of those 4 drafts looking back on it in hindsight. But yeah, the New York Giants are up next, and they are getting a quarterback. The New York Giants are getting Carson Beck out of Georgia. Whichever quarterback the Titans pass on between Shedeur and Beck probably falls to the Giants. The Giants' floor is 2-15. Their ceiling is 8-9. I think they finished somewhere around the middle of that at 5-12, surprising more people than you'd expect. The big reason I think New York And I think the Giants could buy out Daniel Jones, but they can also keep him and let him compete with Carson Beck for the QB job. But if Carson Beck wins the job like I expect, Jones can be a backup for a year, and then the Giants can buy him out while saving more cap space in the process while avoiding a big chunk of the dead money. If Jones wins the job, he's on a short leash. You can ease back in, like what New England's doing with May. But I think from what I've seen in the preseason, Jones probably gets bought out after this year. So, Wes said Carson Beck feels like a product of Georgia's supporting cast with the offensive line and the weapons. I kind of agree with Wes, but he has an exceptional internal clock. He loses Brock Bowers, he loses Mims, he loses Cedric Van Pran. Georgia still has two really good guards in Dylan Fairchild and Tate Ratledge. And Georgia's defense looks incredible so far. I mean, but here's the thing. If Carson Beck goes to the Giants, he will have the best left tackle of the three, because I think there's three teams in the market for quarterbacks: the Titans, the Giants, the Raiders. I think those three teams can take a quarterback in the first round, and it won't be considered a failure because the quarterbacks in this draft have better floor. The quarterbacks in this draft have better floors and ceilings than Will Levis, Daniel Jones, Gardner Minshew. So that's the thing. The Giants can do this. Even though I have Carson Beck at 57, 58 on my board, the Giants can take him here at 6. He'd be an upgrade over Daniel Jones. Okay? And Beck would have Andrew Thomas, another Georgia Bulldog, as his blind side, and he have Brian Dable as his coach with Kafka. So that might be the best situation to be in for any quarterback in this draft. Yep. And we've got a third down attempt here for Carson Beck. He just completed a pass to take 2nd and 9 into 3rd and 4. 5-yard completion. Clemson's defense looks super focused today, though. Clemson, they get by Georgia's interior offensive line, pressure Beck, and Clemson with our great defensive stop. So, yeah. And look, Carson Beck, even though he's upset with the lack of protection, he's not throwing his offensive line under the bus. He's disappointed, but he's not throwing his lineman under the bus. And he's just shrugging that hit off like it's no big deal. That's what the leader does. That's what the alpha does, kids. If you want to be the alpha, that's what you got to do. Yeah. And if you want to talk about game off the field, Carson Beck is dating one of the two twins on the Miami Hurricanes women's basketball team. The other twin's dating Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson. I'm not going to comment further on that. It's not my business, but, that's what the media and the reports are saying. So if a quarterback has that type of rock star confidence, it's usually a good thing. That's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to leave it at that. Yep. Yep, and I went with Luther Bird the third at 7. New Orleans could draft a quarterback for the new regime, but there's no guarantee Carson Beck or Quinn Ewers beats out the last two Senior Bowl MVPs in Jake Haener or Spencer Rattler. That's why I've decided to give New Orleans a receiver to pair with Olave. And this is going to allow A.T. Perry to move to the slot. Luther Bird III comes off the board here, and New Orleans has a trio of Olave, Luther Burden, and A.T. Perry, allowing the Saints to move on from Rashid Shaheed. And then you have three weapons for Haener or Rattler next year under Clint Kubiak. And that's kind of what Luther Burns had 86 receptions, 1,212 yards, 9 touchdowns as a sophomore, 45 receptions, 375 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns as a freshman. He's a 5-star recruit. He can run every route on the route tree. Missouri defeated Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl when Marvin Harrison Jr. played for Ohio State, and Luther Burden ran a 4.38 in the spring, which is the fastest 40 time among any player in the 22 recruiting class. So Luther Burden is my pick for New Orleans at 7. He's number 4 on my big board, best player on the board. So yeah, I'm going Luther Burden over quarterback at 7 because I'm confident in Haener and Rattler's development. I know that sounds stupid, Joey, but if neither Haener or Rattler pans out, you can get your quarterback in 2026. So that's why I'm going receiver now. Next up, it is the Seattle Seahawks. They are getting another Georgia player at 8. They could draft a quarterback at 8. I don't see Seattle getting Ewers because I think Ewers has a lower floor than both Geno Smith and Sam Howell. He has a higher ceiling than both, but he could also end up as the third-string quarterback as a rookie. You don't draft a third-string quarterback as a rookie at 8. You don't. Not good value. I'm going with the top edge rusher on my board, Mikael Williams out of Georgia. Mikael Williams is the only guy in this draft that has the pass rushing, run stuffing, and coverage you want from an edge rusher. The athletic traits, wow, I'm wowed by the athletic traits that he displays. Only 4.5 sacks in 2 years, that might alarm you, but the athletic traits are there despite what the production shows. And I think Mikael Williams has a chance to be he's a better version of Trayvon Walker. He can play 43 left end, 34 left outside linebacker with his versatility. He can be problematic for NFL right tackles. I think Mikael Williams at 8 is probably the best value pick Seattle can make here. And I have Mikael Williams at 9 on my board. I could give Seattle another corner, but I think there have too many corners with Woolen and Devin Witherspoon. I don't see them taking a corner this early, even if the top player on my board is a corner. So that's why I believe Mikael Williams would be a good pick. And he's the only guy. And there you saw Mikael Williams with a really good quarterback hurry on Klubnik. And he would be a day one starter next to Boy Mafe, and Seattle can buy out Uchenna Nwosu after this year too, and draft another edge rusher. I think they will, because I don't see unless the Seahawks want to draft Quinn Ewers. And while Quinn Ewers has a higher ceiling than Geno Smith and Howell, he also has a lower floor than both and could end up as a third string quarterback. And I just think it's fiscally irresponsible to draft a quarterback at 8 if he's going to be a third string quarterback as a rookie. I think that's fiscally irresponsible. You get a quarterback in round 2 or 3 if you want to develop somebody. Do you remember the team? Do you remember the team? If you remember the team, I might be able to help you with that. That's all right. That's all right. Yep. Number 9, Arizona Cardinals, Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame. They got their pick of their litter between Benjamin Morrison and Tatoria McMillan at 9. I have Morrison at 5 on my board behind Will Johnson, Will Campbell, Malachi Starks, and Luther Burden. And I gave Benjamin Morrison the same grade as I gave Will Johnson, an A+ in man, zone, and press coverage. Benjamin Morrison actually did better against Marvin Harrison Jr. than Will Johnson did too. So, I mean, he had 3 as a sophomore and he had 6 as a freshman. So, I have him at 5 on my board, but I don't think he's going to go 5th overall yet. I think the Cardinals at 9 is a good spot for him. His coverage technique is good enough to put him at 5 on the big board. His coverage technique alone is good enough to get him at 5 on my big board. But I don't think there's two teams in the top 5 that need corners this year. I think the Vikings are really the only team in the top 5 that's going to need a corner. The Commanders could take him at 5. I don't think they will. I think they'll go with a tackle or a receiver to replace Dotson. Yeah. He looked incredible against Marvin Harrison Jr. last year, and I have Morrison is Arizona's number 1 corner, Max Melton is the number 2 corner, and Garrett Williams is a nickel. You'd also have Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson back at safety. That would give Arizona a very lethal secondary in 2025. Yes! Yes, they did an O.J. Simpson Heisman House commercial. Last year, I was joking about how they need to do an O.J. Simpson Reggie Bush Heisman House commercial where Reggie Bush takes the Heisman and they go off in O.J.'s white Bronco. They had Reggie Bush at the Heisman House, and O.J. Simpson was wearing the Meta virtual glasses where you could go into virtual reality. O.J. Simpson was wearing the Meta glasses. Thank you, Nissan. Thank you. I am so happy you did a Heisman House commercial with O.J. Simpson. I've been waiting years for that. I wonder what O.J. Simpson is watching in the virtual reality. Is he watching a trial where he's found guilty? Is he rewatching the O.J. trial except he's found guilty in virtual reality? What is he watching? Is he watching a car chase where he actually gets away in the white Bronco? What is O.J. watching in virtual reality? Is he watching himself win the Super Bowl? What is O.J. watching in virtual reality? I'm just curious. I was born in 1991. I was 3 years old when the OJ trial happened, by the way. I was an infant when the OJ trial happened. I have seen the documentaries on FX and stuff, but I didn't see it live like you did. I was not as fortunate to see that live like you did. I mean, in sports and entertainment class as a junior, like the first we had to do current events and sports entertainment class during my junior year of high school, and the Michael Vick dogfighting scandal came out like it's breaking news right as that class happened. Like we got reports that the dogfighting incident with Michael Vick happened around like 1 p.m. that day during that class. It was breaking news. We had to do a current event article on that. That was our homework. But yeah. Yep. Yep. I mean, you really were lucky to witness something that incredible at the time. And yeah, I'll admit the yep. The Raiders, I gave the Raiders Quinn Ewers at 10. Um the Raiders, if the Gardner Min if the Raiders go, I have the Raiders at 6 and 11. If they do not go 8, if they go from 8 and 9 to 6 and 11, they're drafting a quarterback. And Quinn Ewers is the only guy left in my top 64 still on the board. So he comes off the board here at 10. Could be a little early, but I think Minshew's got a good floor, but I don't think his ceiling's very high. And that's why he's probably going to get replaced after this year, unless the Raiders go 8 and 9 or 9 and 8. Probably is. Sporting Cast football. I have a 93. I have a 92 for potential grade on Quinn Ewers. I think a ceiling grade on my floor grade for Ewers is 72, which is Minshew's rating in Madden. So I'm saying Minshew and Ewers have the same floor. So if Minshew gets brought back and on a team friendly deal and Ewers is competing with him for the starting job, there's a chance. I'd say there's a 50-50 chance Minshew wins the job to begin the year, but it would be Ewers' team by midseason at the latest if the Raiders went this route. You could also go after a Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, too, if Pittsburgh lets one of those two go. So you don't have to go Ewers here. I have Ewers at 64 on my board, but the Raiders are the one team left that needs a quarterback upgrade, and I think Ewers is the clear-cut third best QB in the draft. Minshew wasn't even in my top 10 quarterbacks for the 2019 draft. I know it's a great story. He defied the odds. He got drafted. He's actually been able to hang on a little bit longer than people expected. And you give him more love than Daniel Jones. And it's like, this is where we disagree. Daniel Jones has been with the same team for 5 years. Daniel Jones has taken the Giants to the playoffs. Daniel Jones has won a playoff game. Minshew hasn't done that. That's not normal. That's an outlier. That's why you replace that. That's why you replace that. He's not good. He's been on 3 different teams now. If you're on your third different team by this point in your career, you're a journeyman. You're a floor guy. You're not a ceiling guy. Well, the Raiders seem to find all these floor QBs. Rich Gannon, Jim Plunkett, they have a history of flipping the switch with floor quarterbacks at the right time. But if they don't, they're going to draft a quarterback. That's the reality. Well, to be fair to Minshew, I can't really call him a bust. I mean, he was drafted in the 6th round. He has a higher Madden rating than Daniel Jones, who was drafted 6th overall. Minshew's a 72. Daniel Jones is 71. I think that says something. That Gardner Minshew's a pretty good game manager. I'm not saying he's a starter, but if he's got a higher Madden rating than Daniel Jones, who went 6th overall in the same draft, that should say something about Minshew. It's weird. I'm not saying Minshew's a bust, but I certainly don't think he's got the upside to be an NFL starter. And look, the Raiders have the supporting cast. If they draft Quinn Ewers, I could see them taking off. With the weapons they have, with Adams, Myers, Trey Tucker, Bowers, Mayer, Zamir White at running back, Lobb is a change of pace running back. With those weapons, Parham at left guard, Powers Johnson at right guard, with those weapons, they could take off. And Luke Getsy, the former Bears offensive coordinator, is the Raiders offensive coordinator. I think the Raiders are the worst offensive team of the three Titans, Giants, Raiders. Of those three teams in the market for quarterbacks, I think the team with the worst offensive coordinator is the Raiders. But they have the best receiver of those three in Adams. So it's a unique situation. I could see it because I think Ewers' floor is equal to Minshew's floor. So I could see them competing for the starting job if they get Minshew to come back on a team-friendly deal. But Minshew's on a one-year deal. We don't know if the Raiders are going to stick with him or if they're just going to use him for this year and then move on from him if he doesn't get him to the playoffs. Because it could be an either-or thing. And I'm convinced the Chargers are the second best team in the AFC West. I didn't see Minshew as a star. I saw Minshew as a third stringer, a warm body, an undrafted free agent. I didn't see that with Minshew. And look, it was a fun story for a few years, and then Lawrence became the starter, and it needed to go away. You know who the assistant head coach is on the Raiders if Antonio Pierce gets fired? Marvin Lewis. So if Antonio Pierce gets fired, Marvin Lewis becomes interim head coach. So I don't think Minshew's a star. That's the thing. I know you do. I know you want him to be a star so badly because you loved watching him in Jacksonville and Indy last year. I don't think he's a star. He's on his last legs as a starter, and he has to nail this opportunity this year. Otherwise, he's done as a starter. That's the reality. He's Colt McCoy with Baker Mayfield's arm strength. Minshew is not the guy you're hyping him up to be. He's Baker Mayfield with Colt McCoy's arm strength. That's Minshew. Baker Mayfield with Colt McCoy's arm strength is not a starting NFL quarterback. That's a high-end backup. And that's my point. That's my entire argument for why the Raiders have to draft a quarterback at 10. And that's why I think Quinn Ewers to the Raiders is a done deal. I think the Raiders are going to be the third best team in this division. I think the Chiefs and Chargers pretty much have the top two locked up. And I think we're going to see the Raiders and Broncos compete for last place. Even if the Raiders go 9-8, I think the most he would get is a 2 or 3 year extension like what Geno got, because that's what Baker got. That's the most he would get. And he'd have job security for 1 or 2 years, and then he'd peak and someone else would replace him. See, if Gardner Minshew has a good year, all it's going to do is it's going to prevent the Raiders from getting a quarterback until 26 or 27. That's all it's going to do. He's outperformed his draft value. But let's not act like he's a star. He's a journeyman. He's a journeyman. You're hyping him up as a star because he has the arm talent to be a star, because he has the moxie to be a star. Yep. I think he's going to flounder. I think the Raiders are going to get Ewers, but, we'll see what happens. Carolina, we're going to go on to Carolina at 11. They're going to get a receiver for Bryce Young. Tatoria McMillan, 6'5", 210. He's projected to, he ran a 4.5 flat this spring. He could get that down to a 4.41. He can run. He's just as lethal of a route runner as Burden. But McMillan, he had 39 receptions, 702 yards, 8 touchdowns as a true freshman at Arizona in 22. 90 receptions, 1,402 receiving yards, 10 receiving touchdowns, a true sophomore. A wide receiver trio with McMillan as the number 1 receiver, Leggett as the number 2, and Adam Thielen at the slot would be deadly for Bryce Young heading into his 3rd season as a quarterback. With those weapons, with Carolina's offensive line, Ekwonu at left tackle, Lewis at left guard, Hunt at right guard, Moton at right tackle, and Brooks is the starting running back, I think Bryce Young finally breaks out in year 3 with Canales and leads the Panthers to an NFC South title in 25. Panthers need a true number 1 like McMillan. They also need a true edge rusher. But you get McMillan, I think you have the offense to win the division. You still need an edge rusher if you're going to win a playoff game. That's just how bad the NFC South is right now. But McMillan gets you that number 1 weapon for Bryce Young that can save his career, that can springboard his career. And I think McMillan is that. And McMillan's a player that belongs in the top 10, Joey, but he fell to 11. Panthers get him. They pull the trigger. So, Tatoria McMillan. is the pick for Carolina. Yeah, but Canales is telling Bryce Young, I want the ball out of your hands in 2.8 seconds. You got to get your release off by 2.3 seconds. He is a stickler for fundamentals, and I think he's going to fix Bryce Young. I've seen offensive linemen maintain blocks for 5, sometimes 7 to 10 seconds at the college level. I saw the Georgia left tackle hold the lineman in check for 4 seconds, but Beck got rid of the ball before the 4th second. He didn't want to put his lineman through that much hell, and he threw it to Lovett. And Beck's defense, that was not a Dominic Lovett just dropped that. I mean, he tried to make a one-handed catch, and it just backfired. So now Georgia's in a 3rd and 15. So I'm not blaming Beck entirely for that last throw. And Georgia could not get out of 3rd and 15, but Beck is 15 for 18 on the day. He might be 15 for 19. But either way, that's a good start. I think he's at like 130, 177 yards, somewhere within that range. And Georgia's going to attempt a field goal. This is like a 60-yard field goal, but 55-yard attempt. It looks like a 60-yard field goal, but Peyton Woodring, he made a 30-yard field goal. He's going to attempt one from 55 here. Because this has just been a defensive game where you got to take whatever points you can get. And he makes it. From 55 yards, a sophomore kicker makes it. And Carson Beck's the long snapper for his kicker, and Uga has a 6-0 lead. So, what a kick. I didn't think he'd make that from that distance. I'm pleasantly surprised if I'm an Uga fan, but yeah. McMillan to Carolina 11. Let's go to Tampa Bay at 12, Tony Mario's team. I've got my second safety coming off the board here. Xavier Watts, strong safety, Notre Dame. He can play strong safety or free safety. I think he's more versatile than Starks. Tony Mario said the Buccaneers need a safety. I gave Watts an A+ in man and zone, an A in press, an A- in run stuffing. If Starks goes 4th, Watts could go as high as 15th. I've got second safety going 12th overall. Watts is projected to go run a 4.49. So yeah, I've got Xavier Watts going 12th. I've got 2 safeties in the top 12. I know that's pretty rare to see, but I have it happening. I'm not going to mock a receiver to Tampa because here's the thing. Jalen McMillan won the slot receiver job as a rookie over Trey Palmer. And you're going to have McMillan and Palmer on rookie deals next year, even if Godwin leaves in free agency. So you don't need to draft a receiver here. Just trust Baker and trust your weapons and fix the defense. Yeah, and if you'd have 2-star safeties with Watts and Winfield, it would be impossible to throw to the safeties, and that would take so much pressure off of the corners to the point where it's not even funny. So that's the thing. He's projected to run a 4.49. Bill Dozier told me to go mock Deion Walker here. Tony Mario wanted Xavier Watts when I broke down the options, so I went with Watts to make Tony happy. But he does complement Winfield well. And with him and Winfield, it's going to be tough to throw on that secondary. All right, Pittsburgh at 13. We're going wide receiver. I could give the Steelers a quarterback, but the top 2 on my board are Dylan Gabriel and Jalen Milroe. I think one of them will be available in round 2, and you still got other guys like Jalen Daniels, Kansas, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss, Cam Ward, Miami, if you let both Russell Wilson and Fields walk, which I don't think the Steelers are going to do. I think they will bring back one of them on a bridge deal, probably Fields next year, and they will draft a quarterback to develop rather than rushing him in, and it'll be in the 2nd or 3rd round. I went with Emeka Egbuka. I have him at 8 on my big board. He's a good number 2 for Pickens. You can move Roman Wilson to slot, and you could extend Freiermuth, let him walk, and let Washington take over. You'd have Broderick Jones, Sumalo, Zach Frazier, and Fautanu. Maybe Mason McCormick at right guard if you think he can make the switch from left guard to right guard. So you're going to have Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, and Cordell Patterson until 2026. I don't think Pittsburgh lets him walk, despite not using a 5th-year tender on him. They might actually franchise tag him like the Giants did with Barkley, because if Najee Harris gets 1,000 yards for a 4th year in a row, I feel like they're going to franchise tag him, even if that pisses him off. Because he's just been that consistent to the point where if you're the Steelers and Najee Harris gives you a 4th year of 1,000 rushing yards, I feel like you owe it to yourself to franchise tag him. I know that would piss him off because he wants the big money, but, he's too good to replace. He's too consistent to replace. And as much as I like Jalen Warren, I don't think he's as consistent as Najee Harris. And Emeka Egbuka, a good fit here. He ran a 4.3 flat, did 36.5-inch vertical in high school. I've got Egbuka going to Pittsburgh at 13, Joey. Anything you want to add to this pick here before I go to Chicago at 14? Yeah, because I feel like 7 to 9 million is all teams are going to offer Najee. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Steelers might offer him 10 to 11 million, but it would be on a franchise tag. The Bears, I'm gonna go with a guard here. Tate Ratledge out of Georgia is number 12 on my board. He goes to the Bears at 14. I mean, he has everything. The last three guards that checked every box coming out of college were David DeCastro, Stanford, Zach Martin, Notre Dame, and Chris Lidstrom, Boston College. Zeitler checked off a lot of boxes. He checked off like 9 of my 10 boxes. He didn't check off all 10 boxes. Well, Ratledge checks off every box for me right now, and I think he would be a day one starter at right guard for the Bears. You could buy Nate Davis out of his contract, and Ratledge would be an upgrade. Imagine giving Caleb Williams a right guard of Zach Martin's, Chris Lidstrom's caliber, or Zach Martin's caliber on a rookie deal. That is huge for Caleb Williams. And I've got Tate Ratledge going to the Bears at 14. I loved Zeitler as a run blocker, but I thought his pass blocking footwork needed to improve from the Wisconsin, the pros. That was my only issue with him, and it was a minor issue. I didn't think it was horrible. I thought his pass blocking footwork in college was like a 7 out of 10, and I wanted it to improve to a 8 or 9 or even a 10 out of 10. And he did improve it. To his credit, he did improve in that category. But I was a little bit, I wasn't criticizing his footwork. I was questioning it. I wanted to see growth and improvement, and I'm glad he improved. He was a dominant run blocker at Wisconsin when the Badgers had really good running backs. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the cat, and to Zeitler's credit, his career did last longer than DeCastro's, and that's not a knock on DeCastro. DeCastro ended up having a 9-year career. He didn't want to play for anyone else besides the Steelers, so when they released him, he retired. Yep. Absolutely. And Ratledge, I think he could be a really special guard. So Tate Ratledge is the pick for me at 14. Now, the Colts, they are going to get Travis Hunter. They need a number one corner. The top two guys are off the board. Travis Hunter is still there. I think Travis Hunter could be the number one corner for the Colts, and you can move Juju Brents to boundary. I gave Hunter an A plus in man, an A in zone, an A minus in press, a B plus in run stuffing. He's got to do a better job wrapping up tackles too, but I do think he's the third best corner. Could also play him at receiver too, and give Richardson another weapon. So Travis Hunter ends up on the Colts at 15. And he had a good game against North Dakota State the other night. You want to say anything about Travis Hunter before I get to the Dolphins at 16? Cause yep, he is. I mean, Shedeur made a really bad throw, and Hunter bailed him out. He made like a really good catch. Yep. Agreed. And at number 16, I have the Dolphins taking one of Joey's favorites, Dion Walker, the Kentucky nose tackle. Um, I think he's 10th on my big board, but I couldn't find a team that needed a nose tackle, so Miami gets Walker at 16 here. And they get Yep. Best pass rush. He's the most complete nose tackle in the draft since Vita Vea back in 2018. And some honestly, the Titans do need a nose tackle. I wouldn't blame them if they took him at number 1. I would take him over a quarterback this year. Yep. And that's the first half of round 1. We're on to the second half of round 1, and it's the Jaguars and then the Browns. I decided to spice things up. I gave the Jaguars Colston Loveland, the Michigan tight end. He was the number 1 player on my board. I was going to give the Jaguars a defensive tackle, but the Jaguars have 4 defensive tackles under contract till 2027. So there isn't a corner of value that warrants being picked here. I like Quincy Riley. I like Takario Davis. I like Denzel Burke, but they rank 19, 26, and 27 on my board. You don't take a player like that at 17. So Colston Loveland was the best player on my board. Him and Kirk and Ingram are both 2026 UFAs, and you can let Loveland learn under Ingram for a year, and then you can make Loveland your guy. But you don't have to. Here's the thing. Kirk doesn't turn 30 until November of 2026. Ingram's going to be 30 before the season. So while Ingram might be more productive right now, he doesn't have the longevity Kirk has. And we're not saying Loveland has to be the starter right away. He can learn under Ingram for a year, and then you can ease him in. And Because that's what the Bills did with Dalton Kincaid. They extended Dawson Knox, but they still took Kincaid. I think we're going to see the Jaguars maybe do that in 2025 if the value's there. And yeah. And I'm not saying Ingram can't be the guy, but I think if Ingram gets extended next year, it'll be a 2 or 3 year bridge deal, and then they'll be done with him. But we'll see. I mean, Ingram's been fantastic during his 2 years in Jacksonville. Yeah, that's true. And the Browns are on the clock at 18. They're the last team that missed the playoffs in my rankings, but they do get a defensive tackle here. They end up with Mason Graham. And if Maurice Hurst regresses, Michael Bennett Jr. doesn't break out as a rookie, I could see them drafting another defensive tackle because it's a good defensive tackle draft. And you can get a star. You might be able to get a star defensive tackle at this point in the draft. And Mason Graham's tape is really good. And if you put him on this Browns defensive line, he is going to take off. And that's a deadly defensive line. It might make, you have Myles Garrett, Dalvin Tomlinson, Mason Graham, and Zadarius Smith. That is a deadly defensive line. That's a defensive line that can cause havoc at will. So 6'3", 317. Mason Graham is my pick for the Cleveland Browns at 18. There are other routes we could have gone with, but there's not a left tackle that has the pass blocking footwork that's an upgrade over Wills in this draft at 18, or even in the second round. So I went Mason Graham here. Yeah. I've got the Chargers edging them out for the last wild card. It's close. It's by a game. I mean, I don't think they can replicate what they did last year. I think Ken Dorsey's a downgrade over Alex Van Pelt at offensive coordinator. I think he's a downgrade. I do. I feel that confident in that. Look, I think Cleveland will be in the playoffs in 25 in a year from now. I just don't think they'll be in the playoffs this year. I've got the Browns going 1-3 versus the NFC East. I think they're going to beat a lot of good teams at home, like the Chiefs and stuff. But I have the Browns going 1-3 against the NFC East. I have the Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders beating the Browns. So the Browns' only NFC East win is a home victory against the Giants. That's the biggest reason I have them at 9-8. They could end up as a wild card, but I look at them on paper. Deshaun Watson hasn't been the same quarterback he was in Houston and Cleveland yet. Maybe he becomes that this year, but at the same token, I think Lad McConkey's going to be the number one guy for the Chargers. Do I think he's going to be the Cooper Kupp for the Chargers right out of the gate like a lot of these Charger fans? No. But at the same token, I think the Chargers have a much better offensive tackle situation than the Browns have with Slater and all. Much better. And I think if Bosa and Mack can stay healthy, they're just as lethal as Garrett and Smith. Maybe not as lethal as Garrett individually, but as a unit, they're just as lethal. If both of them are healthy, they're just as lethal. He had a great rookie year, Joey, but he's a high floor player. He's not a Pro Bowl tackle. The Chargers have 2 Pro Bowl tackles in Slater and Alt. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jones is a high-end starter, but I don't think I had him as a high-end starter, not a Pro Bowler. That's probably why he fell to the 4th round. He wouldn't. I think he could be a high-end starter right tackle, but not a Pro Bowler. Like, when I think Alt and Slater, I had a 97 grade on Alt. I had an 87 on DeJuan Jones. I had Slater and Alt 10 points higher than Jones in terms of ceiling. 10 points. That's a significant number. If it was 1, 2 points, okay. You'd have an argument for Jones. A good one, not a great one, but you'd have a legitimate argument. I think both Charger tackles are going to be significantly better than Jones. I think both Slater and Alt are better than Jones. That's not a knock on Jones. I just think they're better. Herbert's going to have such a clean pocket. Jones has a really high floor. He's a high-end starter. I think I had an 87 or an 88 for potential on him, and he reached his ceiling in year 1. So he's an instant impact player. But at the same token, I don't think he's a Pro Bowl player. Yeah. I think DeJuan Jones should be like an 87 or an 88 on Madden. He's a 76, which is way too freaking low. EA Sports fucked up. They fucked up. They gave him a 93 in impact blocking. They gave him a 78 in pass blocking, a 78 in run block. I would probably put his pass blocking at 83 and his run blocking at 82. To be fair, I would probably be a little bit higher. Run block power, I would put that at an 85. I think 75 for run blocking power is way too low. Pass blocking power at 85, that's about right. But I think you could make an argument that that's 87, 88. They gave Troy Fautanu, who's a rookie, a higher Madden rating than DeJuan Jones. That is what pisses me off here. Nothing against Fautanu, but I felt like he was more of a project than Jones was. And I do think Fautanu's ceiling's slightly higher, but I also felt like he was more of a project than Jones was coming out of Ohio State. Madden's saying he's still developing. He's an average starter. I think he's an 86 or an 87. You think he's an 89, maybe a 90, which is where the Pro Bowl conversation comes into play. So yeah, we're splitting hairs. Madden's just giving him the finger. Yeah. Here's all the right tackles that they rated ahead of DeJuan Jones. And then we're going to get to the next pick. They have Sewell at a 96 and Lane Johnson of 95. I don't have an issue with that. They're both star right tackles. They gave Trent Brown an 88? An 88. He didn't even win the right tackle job. Amarius Mims beat out Trent Brown for the right tackle job. And they gave Trent Brown an 88 overall rating after he struggled with the Patriots and lost the right tackle job to Mims in training camp. Are you kidding me, Madden? Ramczyk an 87? I think that's about right. They have Brian O'Neill, Vikings right tackle, Aiden Smith at an 85. I agree with that. That's probably where I would put them. I had O'Neill at an 87 coming out of Pitt. I think I had Braden Smith in the 87, 88 range. I would agree with that. Havenstein, the Rams right tackle's an 83. I would agree with that. Moses is an 83. Onwenu's an 82 as a right tackle, but he played right guard. He switched over to right tackle this year. I liked Onwenu at right tackle. I thought he was better at guard. I would probably rate him lower than DeJuan Jones. I do appreciate what he's done with the Patriots, but I don't think he's better than Jones. Caleb McGarry, 81. I can justify putting him at an 80. He's had 2 good seasons. I don't think he's an 81, though. McGlinchey, 80. McGlinchey's not as consistent as Jones was, but at the same time, I can get behind that thought process there. Conklin's at an 79. Luke Godecki, the tackle, he's good. He did much better in year 2. He's not as good as DeJuan Jones. I'm sorry, he's not. Andrew Wiley, I would rank Wiley below Mims. I would rank Spencer Brown below Mims. Lucas was good his first year. I don't have a problem with him 1 point above Jones. Fautanu, I have a problem with. And then everything else, okay, fine. But this is why Madden ratings are bullshit. Rant over. We're moving on to the next pick. They had Stroud at like an 80. Fuck you, EA Sports. I'm not apologizing. Stroud should at least be an 85. That is basically, you are giving CJ Stroud the R. Kelly treatment. I'm sorry. If you're going to give Stroud an 80 after what he did as a rookie last year, you're giving him the R. Kelly treatment. Or the Diddy treatment. I'm not saying it has to be a 90, but he at least needs to be an 85, and you could argue he's in the 88 to 90 territory. That's all I'm saying. Because here's the thing. Andrew Luck was like an 87, 88, 89 as a rookie. And then he was like a 93 in year 2. That's honestly where Mahomes was after his second year, and that's basically where Stroud should be right now. If we're being objective and legitimate, that's where Stroud should be right now. If we're being objective and legitimate, but we're not. And here's Carson Strong. He throws a touchdown pass to Colby Young and Georgia. Atlanta, we're going to go James Pierce Jr. for Atlanta. They need an edge rusher. Judon's on a 1-year deal. He might get re-signed, but James Pierce Jr. is perfect for Atlanta. And he could be... He goes to Atlanta at 19 here. Yeah. Yep. I don't think he's in the Myles Garrett, Chase Young, Nick Bosa territory, but if he can fix his run stuffing and coverage. Yeah. I had a 79 floor grade on James Pierce Jr., a 90. So my potential grade on James Pierce Jr. is 95 out of 99. That's blue chip territory. My floor grade, though, is 79, which is, I mean, you wouldn't argue with that. You'd be a little irritated that he's a 79 and Madden is a rookie, but 95 for potential 5 years down the road, you wouldn't argue with that. Maybe you disagree slightly, but argue with that. Yeah, his potential is that high, but it might take him 3 years to reach his ceiling. That's all I'm saying. You got to be patient with him. All right. 20, San Francisco 49ers. They are my final wild card. They get a defensive tackle to replace Eric Armstead. They get Walter Nolan. They have Hargrave and Malik Collins replacing Armstead. I think Malik Collins is a stopgap. Walter Nolan of Ole Miss could be a special player. He was a defensive tackle on Texas A&M. He transferred to Ole Miss. He has the pass rushing and run stuffing you want, and he's got good block shedding. 6'4", 290 pounds. I think San Francisco can reload on the defensive line if they draft Walter Nolan here, because they'll have defensive players and rookie deals to complement their star veterans like Bosa. So I want Walter Nolan to San Francisco here at 20. Kind of an unorthodox pick, but I'm really high on Walter Nolan. I have him at 16 on my board, so that's great value at 20. Have you seen Walter Nolan? Do you have an impression on him before we get to the Chargers at 21? Chargers, I'm going to go with the Chargers, I'm going to go with Quincy Riley here. Louisville corner. I'm a big fan of Quincy Riley. He really impressed me versus Notre Dame last year, the Louisville Notre Dame tape. And he had 14 deflections last year. I gave him an A+ in man, a B in zone, an A in press. He's projected to run a 4.5 flat. He showed he could play both field and boundary next to Brownlee last year. I think he can play cover 0, cover 1, cover 2, or cover 3. He's got to improve his cover 4 coverage shell, but everything else he has. And if you want to get a number 1 corner, this is the best number 1 corner I think you can get. Chargers are not going to be picking high enough to get Benjamin Morrison or Will Johnson. Maybe they get Travis Hunter if they miss the playoffs, but I think that's the best case scenario, Joey. I don't think they're going to be picking high enough to get Morrison or Johnson. So I think Quincy Riley's the best bet for the Chargers. But yeah, I'm going to go Quincy Riley to the Chargers. And I have more confidence in Greg Roman than I do in Ken Dorsey. It's a weird feel. It feels kind of weird to say that. It's weird because I have Quincy Riley at 19 on my board. I have Takerio Davis at 26 and Denzel Burke at 27. But a lot of people have been telling me I'm too high on Riley. You should go with Davis or Burke here. So, that's the thing. Yeah. We'll see what Riley does this year. If Louisville wins the ACC like you project, Riley probably will be a first-round corner. I mean, nobody had Quinion Mitchell in their first round at this point last year. We do have a Clemson player injured on the play. Medical trainer is looking at him. Hopefully he's okay. And the Bills, they're going to get a corner here. We're going to go to Takerio Davis out of Arizona. I gave Davis an A in man, an A+ in zone, an A- in press. He's perfect for Sean McDermott's defense. He ran a 4.5 140-yard dash, but he can play in any coverage scheme. I don't think Benford's a number 1 corner. I think he's more of a number 2 corner. I think Douglas is probably more of a I think Douglas is a UFA in 2025, and Teron Johnson's a nickel corner. But I've got Takerio Davis going to Buffalo here at 16 deflections. I've got Bills and Jets both fitting 11-6. Buffalo won the tiebreaker to win the division, but they end up as the seed. They end up losing a wild card game in Buffalo. And right now, Keon Coleman is on the bench. Keon Coleman is listed as a backup on the Bills depth chart to Collins. So if Keon Coleman's the number 4 receiver, Josh Allen's in trouble. That's all I'm going to say on that. I'm not saying he has to be the number 1 receiver right out of the gate, but if he's the number 4 receiver on the Bills roster, they are in trouble. They might go with a receiver here, but the best receiver on my board is Torrey Horton. I think he's a slight reach in terms of value here. I have Takerio Davis to the Arizona corner, the Bills at 22. And the Texans got Denzel Burke at 23, one of Stroud's Ohio State teammates, who would complement Stingley. Lassiter would move to nickel. Because right now, the Texans, according to our lads, the Texans have Kalen Bullock as the starting free safety, and they move Jalen Pater to nickel. Like the Vikings with Metellus. That's kind of an unorthodox strategy. I mean, the Texans could go with a safety too. It just depends on how Lassiter does this year. If Lassiter does a good job as a number 2 corner, then Denzel Burke might be the nickel. But I think Denzel Burke would probably be the number 2 corner with Lassiter, nickel, and Stingley. It's going to be really hard to throw in the Texans. And they would have all the rest of their guys back on offense outside of Diggs. I think the Texans, Bengals, and Ravens look like the top 3 for 25, 26 right now if I had to make an educated guess. Yeah, because I have Denzel Burke as a corner, and I think the Texans could take him here. The Rams get my third safety. Yeah, I've got the Rams taking Iowa free safety Sebastian Castro. Castro's another one of these safeties that wowed me on tape. I mean, there were 3 safeties that wowed me on tape. Yeah, and Castro, I mean, I like Watts, I like Starks, I like Castro. I would take all 3 of those safeties in the first round. I think I have Castro at 20 or 21 on my board. I'll double check, but I pretty high on him. Probably higher on him than the consensus. I have Castro at 18 on my board. I have 3 safeties in my top 20. I know I'm getting laughed at by the scouting community, Joey, but I think argument can be made. Starks in the top 5. I think an argument can be made for Xavier Watts, the Bronco Nagurski Award winner in the 12 to 14 range where Kyle Hamilton was picked. And I honestly think an argument can be made for Castro in the back half of round 1 before pick 25. So I'm not going to apologize for that take. Yeah, I gave Castro an A in man coverage, an A+ in zone, A- in press, A in run stuffing, and an A in hard hitting. I didn't give Starks or Watts an A in hard hitting. I probably should have graded them in that, but I felt more of that bang from Castro than those 2 guys. So that could be the argument you can make if you're trying to sell yourself as safety 1, like Castro. So I'm higher on Castro than the consensus. And this is the thing, Starks, Watts, Castro, not only are they all dominant in coverage, they're all athletic as fuck. Like Kyle Hamilton, the 40 times and the injuries what knocked him out of the top 5. But all 3 of those safeties are athletic to the point where I would if I can't get a top 3 corner, I would rather have a safety than a corner. If I can't get Morrison, Will Johnson, or Travis Hunter, I would rather draft a safety than draft a corner. I would. And I know that take will get me laughed out of the scouting rooms because corner is now a premium position on the positional value pyramid, whereas safety isn't. But having a good safety is important too, like you said. And I think these players, all 3 players, are first round players. I do. That's just my opinion from watching the tape. If I've got 3 safeties at 4, 12, and 18 on my board, that's not an outlier. I think those players are that freaking good. I'm sorry. I just do. Yep. Yep. And all the safeties are great at tracking the ball with their eyes. The Bengals, they get a receiver at 25. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State is a Bengal. And he is going to be, if T. Higgins gets re-signed, if T. Higgins and Chase both come back, he's a slot receiver. If Higgins leaves, he's your number 2 next to Chase on a rookie deal. So yeah, we watched Colorado State last year. We loved Torrey Horton. I mean, Torrey Horton and Xavier Legette were the last 2 receivers to drop a pass last year. They were. Those were the last 2 guys to drop a target in the country. So I think if the Bengals draft Torrey Horton, they won't just win one Super Bowl. I think they'll win multiple Super Bowls, like the Steelers did when they had Santonio Holmes and Hines Ward. So, yep. He's had 2 seasons of over 1,000 yards, 71 receptions, 1,031 yards, 8 touchdowns in 22, 96 receptions, 1,036 yards, 8 touchdowns in 23. So consistency is there. Xavier Legette got drafted in the first round despite being 24, just like Torrey. Here's the thing. Legette got drafted in the first round despite being 24. Torrey Horton is only 21, and he came back for his 5th year of college, even though he didn't have to. Also, he had the best top speed of any receiver in the country, Joey. 23.1 miles per hour. That was the top speed for Torrey Horton. That was number 1 in the country last year, Joey. 23.1 miles per hour. That was number 1 in the country in terms of top speed. And he ran a 4.45 this spring. 21. He's not 24 like Legette. He's 21. So the fact that he's coming back for a 5th year shouldn't be a red flag. To some NFL teams it is, but he's 21. It's not like he's 24. That's not a red flag. That's maturity. That's maturity with a capital M. And Chattanooga, Tennessee already leads Chattanooga 45-0 in the second quarter. Vanderbilt's beating Virginia Tech. Kent State only trails Pittsburgh by 13. Kent State actually is a shot to beat Pittsburgh. But they're only losing by 13. Pitt only leads Kent State by 13. I thought that game would be a 3-touchdown game by now. But, yeah. It's Kent State and Pittsburgh. It's 34-21. That's the score in the third quarter. Kent State scored 21 on Pittsburgh, and they're only down by 13. That's still a winnable game for them. Pitt hasn't put them away yet. Torrey Horton is the first group of 5 player to be drafted in the first round. I've got 4 group of 5 players getting picked in round 1. And Horton is the first group of 5 player to be picked in round 1. The second is going to the Dallas Cowboys with the very next pick. Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State, is the pick for Dallas here. I mean, they have Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott, but Jeanty is one of the 2 running backs in this draft with the rushing, pass catching, vision, pass blocking you want. He's got the highest floor of any running back. I don't think he has the highest ceiling. And Boise State has 4 of their 5 linemen back, including Cage Casey at left tackle, Ben Dooley at left guard, Mason Randolph and Boise State starting right guard as well. So I think Ashton Jeanty is going to improve this year. And yeah, I have him going to Dallas at 25. He's 21st on my big board, but Ian Cummings said this is his highest running back since Bijan Robinson, who went to Atlanta, I believe, in the top 10. Wasn't Bijan a top 10 pick? So yeah, and I've got 2 running backs in round 1, Ashton Jeanty and Ole Gordon, but I think Jeanty's floor is really good. I think Jeanty's a day 1 starter. Gordon might have to develop for a year, but I think his ceiling is higher than Jeanty's. But he may have to develop for a year. Because I have Jeanty at 21 on my big board. I think Ian Cummings has him at like 12 on his board. Yep. Yep. Ashton Jeanty. Next pick is an ACC player. The Eagles get another edge rusher. They get Kamon Rucker, the North Carolina edge rusher. I really like Rucker. I mean, Kamon Rucker is one of my favorite edge rushers in this draft. And yes, Howie Roseman and the frickin' Eagles get Kamon Rucker, who's my number 3 edge rusher. I have Rucker. I would argue he's the second best. He's top 5, but I think Brett Beach is better. The Chiefs GM. I think he's better. I disagree because Veach is stoic. He doesn't brag about his picks like a car salesman, show-offy. I get that vibe from Roseman from his social interactions, and it just rubs me the wrong way. That's why I'm glad the Eagles lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. That might be the case, Joey, but I just don't like GMs that show off and try to brag about their teams. Whereas I like the stoic GMs that let their actions speak with silence. And that's Veach. Ryan Poles is on the Brett Veach tree. And if you think about it, Veach worked for John Dorsey and then he replaced Dorsey. And he did what Dorsey couldn't do with the Chiefs. So I have Veach as I have Roseman as my number 2 GM behind Veach. I think Veach is better, but that's just me. Yeah, but it was Howie Roseman who fired Andy Reid. So, yeah, I'm just saying. And Mikael Williams with a huge tackle for a loss in the Georgia-Clemson game. You're giving Roseman a little bit too much credit. I think Veach. I'm saying Veach is drafted better than Roseman. He got the better quarterback. I mean, he wanted Mahomes for 3 years, even when working under Dorsey. He got him. They got Kelsey. They got Kelsey the first year. Andy Reid came in. Everything just clicked quicker for the Chiefs. But they both drafted really well. I mean, from 2013 to on. Chiefs and Eagles are the two best teams drafting over the past decade from 2013 to now. So that's not a knock on the Eagles. I just think Veach is a little better. Yeah. If you had to put 2 GMs in S tier instead of A tier, they would be the 2 GMs that I'd pick, probably. The Chiefs, I have them at 28. I have them getting a defensive tackle. Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State ends up replacing Derek Nottie. And I have Tyleik Williams as the pick for the Chiefs here. And the Chiefs would have Chris Jones and Tyleik Williams in the middle. So and give a really strong defensive line. Yep. Yep. And another defensive tackle ended up coming to the Jets. Because right now, Javon Kinlaw is starting next to Quentin Williams, but I have another defensive tackle going to the Jets to pair with Quentin Williams. Kenneth Grant out of Michigan is the defensive tackle I have going to the Jets at 29. So 4 defensive tackles in round 1. Actually, I think I have 5 because I have Walter Nolan to the 49ers. Yeah, so I have 5. Deion Walker at 16. Mason Graham at 18. Walter Nolan, the Niners at 20. Tyleik Williams to the Chiefs, and now Kenneth Grant to the Jets. That's 5 in round 1 alone. Yeah, you got guys in round. I mean, some of the guys that missed round 2 that are going to be really good value picks include Howard Cross. I think I mocked in round 2. He was the only defensive tackle I think that made round 2 of my big board. But you also have Dante Corleone. I have Corleone in round 3, but he might move into round 2. But I think he's dealing with some sort of injury right now or off the field thing that's keeping him from playing. That's the only reason I have him in round 3. If he was fully healthy, I'd probably have him in round 2. But yeah, this defensive tackle group and Howard Cross's teammate is pretty good too. So yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Moving on, we have another small school player. The next 2 picks are both group of 5 players. So we have 4 group of 5 players in round 1. Siobhan Revel, cornerback, East Carolina. This guy is really freaking good. I gave him an A in man, a B in zone, a B plus in press, a B in run stuffing. He's projected to run a 4.4 flat. He's projected to run a better 40 time than Quincy Riley, Tacario Davis, and Denzel Burke. He's really good in man coverage, zone press, run stuffing's got to improve, but it's not horrible. B, B plus B. I'll take that. I'll take that. If he's fast, he's dominant in man coverage, I'll take that. Rough around the edges, but I'll take that. At 30. It's Siobhan Revel, East Carolina corner. Siobhan Revel, East Carolina. I have him at 30. I have a second round grade on him, but he snuck into the first round at 30 because I wasn't sure the Packers were going to give up on Devontae Walker. But if TJ Slayton is starting over Devontae Walker, that is a clear green light that the Packers might move on from Walker after this season. We'll see. I think it's either a corner or a defensive tackle for Green Bay, though. Depends on what they do with Stokes. I could see the Packers gambling on him at 30 if they love his attitude and character. That's what I'm saying. I have a second round grade on him, but I could see the Packers gambling on him at 30. Historically speaking, it's worked out for Green Bay more times than not. Yeah, Siobhan Rebel. And I have another small school player in round one, another group of 5 player in the first round. My final group of 5 player, the Detroit Lions select Clay Webb, left guard, Jacksonville State. Yes, Jacksonville State has a first round player. He was making guys on South Carolina his bitch. I know he lost the left guard job to Tate Ratledge at Georgia and transferred to Jacksonville State. But when Jacksonville State played South Carolina, he was making the defensive tackles on South Carolina his bitch. Literally. That is how dominant he was. Clay Webb is 17th on my big board. 17. I have him in the same spot I had Mike Iupati back in 2010. He doesn't have as much pop as Iupati did, but I have him in the exact same spot. So I have the Lions taking him at 31. I do have him at 17 on my board, but I couldn't find a team that needed a left guard until Detroit. So I have Dan Campbell's Lions getting Clay Webb here, and he will play left guard next to Decker and Ragno, and Gralasco moves back to right guard, replacing Zeitler with 1 year left on his contract, and Sewell. Yeah, I saw this guy's tape. I saw he was a 94 on NCAA, and I'm like, all right, I got to check this guy out, see how legitimate he is. He blew me away. And he plays for Jacksonville State. I mean, Colton Edwards talked about him a few days ago on Twitter, and I've had this guy on my radar since July, the middle of July, after the MLB draft did, and I started watching film. This guy's been on my radar since late July 20th, 21st. He's been on my radar that long. Yep. I'm happy Clay Webb's getting the respect he deserves. Ravens, they got Ole Gordon. If the Ravens win the Super Bowl, they'll have everybody back. There'll be talk about them repeating. I don't think the Ravens will repeat. I think if they win a Super Bowl, that'll be the peak for Lamar Jackson, and everything will go downhill from there. I would love to interview Clay Webb out of Jacksonville State. That is probably, because I think that's the guy. I think that's a first-round talent. I do. I think he's a top 20 talent. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't care that he's 6'2", 290. I would take him as high as 17 if I needed a left guard. Yeah, same. I would love to interview anybody we can get. I guarantee you we're going to hear more about Clay Webb as the Senior Bowl approaches. But Ole Gordon wraps up the first round. The Ravens will have everyone back next year. And here's the thing. If the Ravens win the Super Bowl like I project, I think that'll be the peak. I think that'll be the peak of Lamar Jackson. Then everything will go downhill until the Ravens decide to blow it up and do another rebuild. Because I just don't – I think Lamar's a great player. But I also don't see a player with the hunger to win multiple Super Bowls. I see that with Mahomes. I see that with Burrow. I see that with Allen. I think Lamar can get one. I think that's the peak, though. And the other thing is, even though Lamar is really good, I could see him declining by the time he's 30. Most quarterbacks decline when they're 35, but with Lamar's scrambling ability, he's really dependent on that. I could see him declining once he's 30. Cam Newton. But yeah, I gave the Ravens Ole Gordon. They're going to have everyone back next year. I do think they win it all, but at the same time, they can go for value over need. They're going to be hyped up next year, and I don't think they'll repeat. I think they'll get one, and then the team will get through some contracts. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Lamar tries to win multiple Super Bowls, but I feel like he's just going to have one, and he's going to settle. He's going to be content with that. That's just the vibe I get with Lamar. It's not personal against Lamar. He's a hell of a player, but that's the vibe I get. And Joey probably gets the same vibe too. I got my 2 MVPs. Give me my Super Bowl, and then we're good. We don't have to worry about this again. But yeah, Ole Gordon, he won the Doak Walker Award. I think, yeah, Ole Gordon might be a reach at 32, but Derrick Henry's contract is up in 26. Ole Gordon can learn under Derrick Henry for a year and then be the bell cow in 2026. Yeah. Yep. I will quickly go through round 2 of mock. I'm going to quickly go through round 2 here. The Titans, they get a right guard for Shadur. They get Tyler Booker out of Alabama. Booker's played both left guard and right guard. I have a late first on Tyler Booker. Titans get him in round 2 to replace Dylan Redunz. That gives the Titans Latham at left tackle, Skoronski at left guard, Lloyd Cushenberry at center, Booker at right guard, and Petit Friere at right tackle. So Tyler... I like the Titans tackles. I think they need a right guard. That's it. And Malachi Starks has just intercepted Cade Klubnik, Joey. Malachi Starks, my number 3 player in the class. And he's really nice man coverage here. Really good anticipation. And Malachi Starks, there's a reason he's in my top 3. 4th in my mock, 3rd on my big board. What a pick. That's why I got Starks in my top 5. That right there. All right, the New England Patriots, they're going to get a edge rusher. Patriots get Nick Scorton, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. He's 31st on my big board. Nick Scorton, he had 10 sacks at Purdue last year. He's transferring to Texas A&M. He's going to be playing against Notre Dame tonight. Nick Scorton, 31st on my big board, ends up on New England. Patriots get Will Campbell as the blind side, and they get Scorton as the Judon replacement at edge rusher. So that is the Patriots. I think they get Will Campbell at 2. Yeah, I think they get Will Campbell at 2, and I've got them taking a first-round edge rusher at 34. So that's a win for the Patriots if they pull off a draft like that. Will Campbell and the... Yeah, that's a win. Yeah, Nick Scorton had 15 tackles for a loss and 10 sacks at Purdue. He's 6'4", 285, but he lined up as a rush linebacker at Purdue. So, and he can play defensive end too. He can play defensive end, great run stuffer. So, does need to do a better job in coverage, but I can live with that. I can live with the production there. Nick Scorton, really good value pick for New England. I've got New England winning 3 games. I have them beating Seattle at home. I have them beating Arizona on the road, and I have them beating the Chargers with Drake May as the starter late in the year. That's it. I have them at 3 wins. I have the Titans at 1. I think the Patriots will be in the 7 to 11 win range. I don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but I think with Will Campbell, they are a 7 to 11 win team in 2025. I think they're a playoff team by 2026, but they may need some time to develop him. They might be looking at 7 to 9 wins in 25 and then 11 to 12 in 26. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to be realistic about the timeline. I'm not saying they can't get to the playoffs. I'm just saying temper your expectations. Yep. The Broncos get Quishon Judkins out of Ohio State in round 2. Javonte Williams is on the final year of his rookie deal. Quishon Judkins, the Ole Miss running back that transferred to Ohio State, comes off the board here. Denver reloads with a rookie contract. He didn't get extended. He's on the final year of his rookie deal. He was the 2021 second round pick. ETN and Najee Harris were first round picks. They have 5th-year options. Judkins is a second round pick. Williams is a second round pick. So I think the Broncos will just reload at running back, and somebody else will pay Williams if he dominates this year. Because no. I'll double check the okay. And Judkins can take a lot of pressure off of Bo Nix entering year 2 if the Broncos decide they don't want to pay Williams. I mean, with that interior offensive line in Denver, with Quinn Miners, with Ben Powers, with Bowles at left tackle, and McGlinchey at right tackle, that offensive line will do things for Judkins. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah, and there were Broncos fans bitching about the picks I gave them. I gave them Malachi Starks, who just intercepted Klubnik, and I gave them Judkins if they don't want to pay Williams. That's a pretty good draft. I have Judkins at 34 on my big board. Yeah. The Bills. They get Donovan Jackson. And why are the Bills picking at 36? The Bills own the Vikings' second round pick. I do not know how they acquired it, but the Bills own that draft pick. Minnesota traded a second round pick as well as Minnesota traded two second round picks and a sixth round pick to Houston in exchange for their pick at 7, in exchange for their pick at 23 leading up to the 2024 NFL draft. So they moved 2 seconds to get up to 23. And Houston traded the pick they got from Minnesota to the Bills in the Diggs trade. So that is how the Bills got the Vikings second round pick. Trading for Diggs allowed them to get that pick. I have got the Bills taking a guard. I know it's not a sexy pick, but I've got a first-round grade on Donovan Jackson, and with David Edwards being a UFA after this year, you don't have to pay David Edwards. You can just reload on the offensive line, and you'd have an interior with Donovan Jackson at left guard, Connor McGovern at center, and Osiris Torrance at right guard, with both of your guards on rookie deals. And honestly, James Cook might get 1,500 yards with that interior. If he's healthy, I can see Cook getting 1,500 with that interior. Yeah, but to be fair, Jim Nill, Barry's not on the level Jim Nill is. He's like if he was a karate GM, he'd be a red belt or a brown belt. I don't think he'd be a black belt. That's not a knock on Barry. Nill came from the Ken Holland tree. Ken Holland was a very successful NHL GM with the Red Wings. I mean, 4 Stanley Cups with the Red Wings. Yeah. Basically, the Vikings are banking on McCarthy and Dallas Turner being the guys. And Dallas Turner's a second string player right now. He couldn't beat out Andrew Van Ginkel or Greenard for a starting edge job. So he's a situational edge rusher right now, which is not smart to. If you trade up for a defensive end, that you better pick your guy. Jared Verse is starting for the Rams. So is Latu and the Colts. If you're giving up 2 second-round picks to do that, then you probably shouldn't be trading up for him. If you like him, that's fine, but you should not be trading up for him. Yeah. The Giants, they get O'Marion Hampton, North Carolina. O'Marion Hampton in North Carolina, one of the better running backs. He really took pressure off Drake May last year. Giants get their Saquon Barkley replacement to pair with Carson Beck here in round 2. So these the Saints. Yep. Agreed. Saints get Dylan Fairchild, the Georgia left guard. Right now, the Saints starting left guard is Lucas Patrick, the Bears center from last year. The Bears center is the Saints left guard. They went from Andres Pete to Lucas Patrick at left guard. They downgraded. They got to get a left guard. Dylan Fairchild comes to New Orleans, the Georgia left guard. He'll Lucas Patrick was horrible with the Bears last year at center, and he's the left guard in the Saints now, and you replaced Andres Pete with him. So they got to draft the left guard. They have to. If they don't, they're going to suck. They're going to fail with Rattler or Hayner. They got to draft a left guard. It's a good guard draft. Well, I guess they didn't think the Old Dominion guard, Nick Salieri, they drafted him out of Old Dominion. They didn't think he was ready to start, so they wanted a stopgap. And they didn't think there was a guard good enough to draft early, so they were just lazy and relied on free agency. A lot of teams do it. A lot of teams guilt trip themselves in this respect. But when I see Lucas Patrick at left guard, I think of Froholt at center. It's just it's an overpay. It's not a good pick. The Commanders get JT Tuimoloau for Dan Quinn's defense. The Ohio State defensive end was 32 on my big board. He goes to Washington, and you're going to have probably going to have Daron Payne and Jerzon Newton starting next year, and Tuimoloau and Newton, young guys taking pressure off of Payne. But yeah, Tuimoloau's the pick here at Washington round 2. He is 32 on my big board. He's 32 on my big board, and he won a quarterback hurry against Alt and Fashanu. That's why he... don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. You got this. The Cardinals get Jaden Roberts. He's going to replace Will Hernandez, who's a UFA. Jaden Roberts is the right guard on Alabama, 6'5", 310 pounds. Arizona would have Paris Johnson at left tackle, Gaines at left guard, Froholt at center, Roberts at right guard, and Christian Jones at right tackle next year. So that would be their offensive line for Kyler Murray entering next season. And you'd have Connor and Benson potentially back together with Connor in a contract year. So Jaden Roberts, the Alabama right guard, comes off the board at 40. The other LSU tackle that Joey talked about finally comes off the board at 41. Emory Jones Jr. is a Raider for Colton Miller and for Quinn Ewers. And you've got Parham, Jackson Powers Johnson as your guards, Andre James at center, Miller. This offensive line would give Ewer the protection he needs. Also opens things up for Zamir White. Don't get me wrong. I like Thayer Munford, but I think Emory Jones is a much higher ceiling than Munford. And the fact that Munford couldn't beat out Illuminor his first 2 years, that should say something. He beat out Delmar Glaze, but Delmar Glaze was a guy I had a 5th to 7th on, and he went to the Raiders in the 3rd round. So I was not high on Delmar Glaze, but the Raiders drafted him. The Raiders really aren't good with 3rd-round picks, historically speaking. Their scouting department's just not good with 3rd-round picks. Emory Jones is 46 on my board. He's 46 on my board. I gave him a floor grade of 77, a ceiling grade of 90. I think he will reach his ceiling, but it'll probably be by his 3rd year. But I don't think he's a day 1 starter. I feel like he's a little bit raw. Actually, I do think he's a day 1 starter. It's just I value left tackles a lot more than right tackles. And I couldn't find a team that needed a right tackle right now. So Emory Jones fell to the Raiders at 41. Yep. I do like him, though, but I think he's a second-round player. Maybe he moves into round 1 by the end of the year, but I have him at 41 right now. I have him graded similarly to DeJuan Jones. I don't see a Pro Bowler, but I do see a steady high-end starter. Yeah. There are some other tackles on my board that didn't make round 2 that are just pure left tackles. Like, for example, Ursery, the Minnesota left tackle, is 60th on my board. Wyatt Millam is 61, and Josh Connery Jr., the Oregon left tackle, 62. Those guys are 60, 61, and 62 on my board, but none of them cracked round 2 of my mock. Because there wasn't a demand for tackle at that point in the draft. But yeah, Georgia has defeated Clemson. The final score in this one is, this was a bloodbath of a game, by the way. This was, Georgia Clemson. I'll get the final score here, 34-3. Yeah, 34-3. Kevin Winston Jr. Is Penn State safety, goes to Seattle at 42. 61 total tackles. I gave him an A in man, an A in zone, an A- in press, and an A in run stuffing, and an A- in hard hitting. Not an A+ safety in any category, but I think he is. I think he's more consistent than Brisker. That's the crazy part, Joey. I think he's more consistent as a safety than Brisker was. I couldn't put him in round 1. I was tempted to move him into round 1, but I asked David Reed, who's a Penn State Steelers fan, in our group mock if he should go in round 1. He said round 2. I agreed. I think Winston, if a fourth safety does sneak into round 1, it could very easily be Winston. But I put him at 42. I think this is an appropriate spot for him because the Seahawks are going to need a safety next to Julian Love next year. And I think Kevin Winston Jr. would be a good fit for Seattle here. Because they gave Rayshawn Jenkins a 2-year deal, but they can buy him out after next year. Rayshawn Jenkins, the Jaguars. And, Kevin Winston Jr., even though he's kind of raw, he has a higher ceiling than Rayshawn Jenkins. But you can develop him under Jenkins, too. There's a lot of ways you can approach this, Joey. So, Kevin Winston Jr. to the Seattle at 42. Now, the Buccaneers at 43 get a corner. They get Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky, who had 6 deflections, 5 interceptions, and Hairston could supplant both Jamel Dean and Zion McCollum as the number 1 corner in Tampa. I gave Hairston an A+ in man and zone and A- in press. He's just got to improve his press coverage. He has the man and zone coverage you want from a day 1 starter. And there are some people that think Hairston's going to go in the back end of round 1, where I have Siobhan Rebel. So, Hairston at 43 is a really good value pick for Tampa. You got anything you want to say about Hairston before I get to the next quarterback? All right, I'll just keep going. I'll keep going. When you're done with your hiccups, you can interject. Dylan Gabriel, the Oregon quarterback, is going to Pittsburgh. He's 74th on my big board, but Pittsburgh really does need a quarterback. And if a team reaches for a quarterback in round 2, I think it's going to be Pittsburgh. Fields and Wilson both have 1-year deals. I think the Steelers will bring one back as a placeholder next year, but I also think they will draft a quarterback relatively early. And I'm thinking round 2 is where they'll draft their guy. So Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon is the pick. It's a low risk, high reward pick. And if it doesn't pan out, you can always get your QB in 2026. And that's the thing. The Steelers might wait until 2026 to draft a quarterback because they host the 2026 draft in Pittsburgh. They might wait until then to draft their quarterback because you're hosting the draft, you draft your new quarterback, you're going to get a positive reaction from your fan base. So I have Dylan Gabriel at 74 on my big board, but I've seen him ranked as high as 29. And 44 is about the middle between 74 and 29, close to it. I could see Pittsburgh getting their guy here. Gabriel's going to take over for Bo Nix. But yeah, 31-point loss by Dabo Swinney does not reflect well for their program. The Bears have back-to-back picks. Their pick and Carolina's pick. They get Jack Sawyer out of Ohio State at 45 to replace DeMarcus Walker. And they also get Logan Parr. Logan Parr is the left guard on the Southern Methodist Mustangs. He dominated on tape too, not to the point where Clay Webb dominated, but he's got better size, 6'4", 316. I got Logan Parr going to Chicago. So Chicago gets Tate Ratledge in round 1 out of Georgia, and then they get Jack Sawyer in round 2 as an edge rusher and Logan Parr to replace Tevin Jenkins at left guard. So they get a right guard, an edge rusher, and a left guard with their first 3 picks. And all 3 guys are day 1 starters. That's a pretty good draft for Chicago. That's the type of draft that will allow them to position themselves for a Super Bowl run next year. And you'd have Braxton Jones at left tackle, Parr at left guard, Ryan Bates at center, Ratledge at right guard, Darnell Wright at left tackle. Caleb's got the protection he needs. Swift is the run blocking to dominate. Dolphins, they get a corner. We gave the Dolphins Deion Walker in round 1. We haven't really... They replaced Kendall Fuller with Xavier Howard. We're going to go with Ricardo Hallman out of Wisconsin here. I mean, I thought he was pretty good. I thought his highlights were pretty good. He looked okay on highlights. He did struggle in press coverage against Marvin Harrison Jr., but I gave him an A in man and A- in zone. I gave him a B- in press coverage. But Ricardo Hallman, 5'10", 185. I just do not trust Kendall Fuller as the number 2 corner. You have Kader Kohu. You still have Cam Smith under contract. Jordan Poyer's your strong safety, and Javon Holland's your free safety. And I think you get your replacement to Xavier Howard here on a rookie deal, Ricardo Hallman. So that's the pick. I do have Max Hairston, the Kentucky corner, going a few picks earlier to Tampa. But this cornerback run for Florida teams is going to continue because I gave the Jaguars a corner as well. They got Jabbar Muhammad, the Oregon corner that was Washington's number 1 corner last year. So they got Jabbar Muhammad at 48 after getting Colston Loveland at 17. They got Jabbar Muhammad. And, Jabbar Muhammad, I loved his man coverage, but I think his zone and press need a lot of work. But if you want a lockdown man corner, Jabbar Muhammad's a great man corner. But his zone and press need a lot of work. He transferred from Oklahoma State to Washington to Oregon. I don't know if teams are going to view that as a red flag, but I like Muhammad, but I think he's a day 2 guy. So, yeah. But he's a good man cover corner. He can complement Tyson Campbell. And you don't have to rush him into the lineup. If you think Ronald Darby's more ready, you can keep Darby and develop him, ease him in. But with Darnell Savage is playing nickel corner this year, I think he's going to move to free safety next year when Cisco leaves. And if you draft another corner to push Ronald Darby for the number 2 corner, that's something Jacksonville really needs. Jabbar Muhammad's a great value pick at 48. The Browns, I gave the Browns a running back. I know this is going to receive some criticism, but Jaden Ott is 35 or 36 on my big board. We don't know what's going to happen with Amari Cooper, Nick Chubb. I think this pick is going to be a weapon. It just depends on who they let walk. So I have Ott at 35 on my board right now, but if Nick Chubb gets extended, this will not be a running back. So I am leaving a disclaimer here because I want our audience to know that if Nick Chubb gets extended, this pick will not be a running back. Because as far as confidence meter goes, I would say I'm a 3 out of 10 in the Browns taking a running back in round 2. I would say it's a 3 out of 10. And a lot of it comes down to what happens with Nick Chubb and Amari Cooper. If both players walk, Andrew Berry goes best player on the board and reloads. If Chubb gets extended and Cooper walks, it's probably a receiver. That's really what this comes down to. And if both Chubb and Cooper get extended, maybe the Browns reach for one of the second round tackles that is at 60 on my big board. That is a possibility. Ursley, Minnesota. Wyatt Milam, Virginia, and West Virginia tackle, and Josh Connerly, Oregon left tackle, are all options for the Browns at this spot too, if both Chubb and Cooper get extended. I think a lot of this, what this Browns do with this second round pick, is going to come down to what happens with Chubb and Cooper. If one of them walks, Barry reloads here instead of reaching for a tackle. And if both players get extended, he probably takes a tackle at here. It just depends. That's what I'm getting at, Joey. I'm thinking Joey's still here. All right. I do need to pick up the pace though, but yeah, I'm guessing it's the hiccups. I'm just surprised he hasn't commented on the Browns, but yeah. The Colts, Hunter Wohler, the Wisconsin safety. Hunter Wohler is one of the better safeties in this draft. 120 total tackles, 6 deflections. I have a second round grade on Hunter Wohler. The Colts are going to need a safety if Julian Blackmon leaves after this year, and they also need a free safety. So Hunter Wohler makes a lot of sense for the Colts here at 50. The 49ers get Landon Jackson, the Arkansas edge rusher, at 51 to pair with Bosa. Leonard Floyd had signed a 2-year deal with Nick Bosa, but you can develop Landon Jackson of Arkansas behind Leonard Floyd. Joey and I talked a lot about Landon Jackson on the podcast last year. He is my highest rated Razorback. He goes here at 51. Falcons get Evan Stewart at 52 as their slot receiver next to Drake London and Darnell Mooney. The Chargers get Mitchell Evans to be their starting tight end. The Texans get a defensive tackle. They get Howard Cross the third here in the second round. 6'1", 288, really good game film last year. The Bills, they get a receiver. Trey Harris only runs 10 out of 30 routes in the route tree, but he is excellent at high-pointing the football. His ability to high-point the football is superb. His game speed is incredible. He got separation quite easily against Texas A&M. 54 receptions, 985 yards, 8 touchdowns in 2023. I watched 2 games of Harris against LSU and A&M. I think Harris is faster than Coleman. I think he could be Josh Allen's number one guy right out of the gate. 6'3", 210 pounds. If the Bills get Tacario Davis in round 1 and Trey Harris in round 2, they're going to win a Super Bowl when Highmark Stadium opens at some point with those guys on rookie deals for Josh Allen. They just are. I mean, Brandon Beane has continued to reload through trial and error. He's going to get it right eventually if the Bills stay patient. I just don't know how much more patient Bills Mafia is willing to be, because they made that one AFC title with Allen. It doesn't feel like they're going to get back there, and it just feels like the Bills are wasting Allen's prime right now. I think Allen will get one, but I don't know when he'll get it. And I don't think he'll win multiple Super Bowls, because it feels like the Bills' window to get multiple Super Bowls has already passed. That's the thing with the Bills, Joey. I like McDermott, Beane, and Allen. I love what they're doing, but I think their window to get multiple Super Bowls has passed. I think they're only going to end up getting one now. If they had handled business last year, I think they could have had multiple Super Bowls, but they didn't. And I think they're only going to end up with one now, because they were over the cap so much. Just in a really bad situation, man. Are you feeling better? I'll check my phone. Maybe you texted me something. Hiccup sucks. Okay, I got the text. All right. Just drink some water, get through it. If there's no water available, just... It does suck. It's not as bad as throwing up, though, but it does suck. Billy Bowman, the Oklahoma strong safety, impressed me on tape. I gave him an A- in man zone and press. He goes to Carolina, and he's their day one starter at strong safety. How do the Panthers have a second round pick? Well, the Rams traded their second round pick in 2025 to the Panthers. So even though the Panthers gave up their early second round pick, they got the Rams' late second round pick. So there were 3 trades in round 2. The Bears got the Panthers' second round pick. The Bills got the Vikings' second round pick thanks to the Diggs trade with the Texans. And the Panthers got the Rams' second round pick. Those are the only trades. No trades in the first round. First draft in a while where all 32 teams still have their first round pick. Xavier Nwangpa, the Iowa strong safety, goes to the Cowboys here at 57. The Bengals get Rod Moore, the Michigan strong safety. So the safety run continues. Kyle Monagai, the Rutgers running back, is a change of pace running back to Barkley. Eagles let Kenneth Gainwell walk. The Chiefs get Devin Neal. I mean, honestly, with Carson Steele, the Chiefs don't need to draft Devin Neal here, but Devin Neal's the best player on my board. Chiefs, there's really not a corner or a player that can help the Chiefs defensively, so I just went with Devin Neal. Yeah, I know it's incredibly lazy, but I could see the Jayhawks are going to play some games at Arrowhead. I could see the Chiefs falling in love with Devin Neal. Maybe they take him in the 3rd or 4th round instead of the 2nd, but I could see the Chiefs falling in love with Devin Neal. The Jets, Malachi Moore, free safety, Alabama. Jets need multiple safeties. Malachi Moore makes a lot of sense here at 61. Packers, Parker Brailsford, center, Alabama. 6'2", 290. He weighed 275 at Washington, added 15 pounds of muscle. Parker Brailsford makes a lot of sense for the Packers here with Josh Myers' rookie deal about to expire. And you'd have Rasheed Walker, Elgin Jenkins, Parker Brailsford at center, Morgan at right guard, Zach Tom at right tackle. The Lions, they get Tez Johnson out of Oregon here. I have a 3rd round grade on Tez Johnson, but the Lions, they do need a slot receiver. Khalil Raymond won the slot receiver job. Donovan Peoples-Jones got cut. And the Ravens wrap it up with Harold Perkins Jr., LSU left outside linebacker. So, and Harold Perkins Jr. he's very consistent when it comes to tackles and tackles for a loss. Pass rushing is where he's got to improve as a sack artist, but there are a lot of people that love Harold Perkins' athletic traits to the point where they're putting him in the top 5. Like, I saw Walter Football's mock. They have Harold Perkins going ahead of Will Campbell. I disagree entirely on that, Joey, and I know you're probably of the same thinking. While you like Harold Perkins, while you probably have him in the mid-1st round or late 1st round, you probably don't have him in your top 5 either. You're probably in agreement with me on that, where Will Campbell's too low in consensus mock drafts. Harold Perkins is way too high. I have a 3rd round grade on Perkins. I am in the 65 to 70 range, but I have seen a lot of mocks put him ahead of Will Campbell. But the Ravens get him at 64 here. I like Harold Perkins, but I wouldn't take him before the 65 to 70 range. If the Ravens took him at 64, I could get behind it. All right, I'm going to see what's in my chat room. Psych, we ain't coming out. Michael Aaron Petty. All right, I will quickly load my NHL mock draft here. I said we would go over 2 mock drafts, and I'll give you live updates of Florida, Miami. We're not going to stream the entire game. We might stream the first quarter, the first half, but then we're going to call it a day. Because once I get through these 32 picks, I'm in a live stream and watching college football. Because I'm not going to let this live stream dictate how much college football I watch. And maybe I'll read some tweets on the Georgia-Clemson game, but it was a blowout. Georgia was as good as advertised. Clemson does not have a 1st round prospect. They might not even have a day 2 pick this year. Honestly, I mean, they got embarrassed without Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I've got the Utah Hockey Club taking James Higgins. Look, name your hockey team something else than the Utah Hockey Club. I won't put you at number 1, and I'll be objectively fair to you, but Utah Hockey Club is such a lame name that That alone gets you the number 1 spot in my first NHL mock. So Utah Hockey Club, they get James Higgins, the Boston College center, projected to go number 1. He had 102 points with the U.S. national team developmental program. He's going to go to Boston College this fall, where he going to play Boston College's top line. Cutter Gauthier, Will Smith played on that line last year. And Utah would have James Higgins in 2025. They're probably going to get Tija Gidla, their 24 first-round pick, who went 6th overall in 25 as well. Maybe he comes up in 26, but I think he's good enough to come up in 2025 because that's the player Ottawa was targeting at 7. And Higgins checks every box, just like Bedard and Celebrini. At the same time, I don't think he generates the hype those two generated. Sharks, they're going to get Porter Martone of the Brampton Steelheads. Porter Martone had 71 points last year at right winger. He was the first line right winger of the Mississauga Steelheads. They've relocated to Brampton, where the Brampton Battalion used to play before the Brampton Battalion became the North Bay Battalion. So, and they're at a, yeah, it just feels weird seeing the SEC on ABC instead of CBS. But Cam Ward, I think he's going to be good, but, you know, Porter Martone is the consensus number 2 player. The Sharks, they need a star winger next to Macklin Celebrini if they're going to do anything. As much as I like Macklin Celebrini, I mean, they do not have, they right now they've got Fabian Zetterlund and Tyler Toffoli as their first line wingers. Macklin Celebrini can only do so much with those guys, an 18-year-old rookie. He could get 56, maybe 60 points. He's not going to get 70 points with those guys right out of the gate as an 18-year-old because there's the adjustment period, number 1, that a lot of number 1 picks have to make going from college or junior hockey to the pros. And number 2, those guys aren't stars. I mean, Connor Bedard had Taylor Hall, a former number 1 pick, before his season-ending injury in late October. And now he's got even better stars. That's why he's projected to get around 85 points. And I think Bedard will probably get around 70 to 80. I don't think he'll get 85. I think that's too high of a projection. Remember, these are kids entering adolescence, going through the growing pains of being professional athletes. To expect 85 points from Connor Bedard right this early, I could see 75 to 80. But 85 is too much. It's too much right now. I could see 80. I could see 75. I think 70 is a little too low, to be honest, but I think 85 is too unrealistic of a projection. But that is what NHL.com's Twitter handle is projecting for Bedard in year 2. He had 65 points, and he missed a month with a fractured jaw. He probably eclipses 70 points if he doesn't miss any time. I could see 75. I could see 80. I can't see 85. I think that's too high of a projection, but when you're the number 1 pick, you have massive expectations entering year 2. That's just how sports are. I mean, shit, even Paul Skeens, I was not expecting Skeens to dominate the way he did for the Pirates right out of the gate. He's cooled off since then, but, you know, he came out on fire in year 1. He's still been very good for the Pirates. You know, but I think Sam Dickinson will arrive. Oh, and the Sharks traded for Yaroslav Askarov, the Nashville Predators goalie that was drafted in the first round of the 2020 draft. So Mike Greer, they don't have to draft a goalie. So yeah. I'm looking at the Sharks here. I think the Sharks are in a good spot. I think they just got to get one more star player at winger to pair with Celebrini, and they're going to be ready to contend maybe as early as 2025, but they're not quite there yet. Porter Martone does check off a lot of boxes. Michael Misa goes 3rd overall. He was once the favorite to go number 1 overall. I think he's dropped to number 3. Calgary gets him, hoping he can be their first line left winger, but he can play center, right wing, versatile enough to play anywhere forward. Calgary needs more stars. They have Zane Pareka, teammate of Michael Misa, the Saginaw Spirit, who they drafted 9th overall defenseman, and they've got the player they drafted in the late first round, but it just feels like they lack big-time stars at a lot of key positions. Calgary, I feel like, could be one of the worst teams in the league, but they end up at 3. Columbus gets Anton Frondell, the consensus 4th overall player, to replace Johnny Gaudreau, who died in a car accident, left winger. So yeah, Frondell might be a top line guy in Columbus. Capitals get Logan Hensler, the Wisconsin defenseman. Hensler 6'2", 196. He checked off a lot of boxes. He was the number 1 defenseman on the U.S. national team as a 16-year-old. He's going to Wisconsin in his draft year. And we saw Artyom Lashunov go number 2 overall. I thought Demidov was a better prospect, Joey, but Lashunov went number 2 overall. Big year at Michigan State. Defensemen get pushed up the boards all the time. Hensler is the guy who checks off the most boxes in this NHL draft. I think he's the one guy who, and I saw Hensler against the Muskegon Lumberjacks. Neither Lumberjacks' 2 first-round picks, Sasha Boisvert, Matvei Grindin, could score on Hensler. Hensler was anticipating shots, blocking shots, hitting the boards. And, the thing is, I saw Logan Hensler's interview as a 15-year-old before he joined the U.S. national team. He looked like a guy who had his head on straight, and the leadership's there. He's very humble. He's very disciplined. He's confident but not cocky. That's what I want in a defenseman. So I think Logan Hensler will be a top 5 pick in this NHL draft. Number 6, Montreal Canadiens, they get Malcolm Spence. I do have the Capitals picking at 5. I have the Capitals going from the playoffs to the top 5. So that's the first big curveball. Malcolm Spence, he was a number 2 pick in the OHL draft. I have him going 6th overall. He will be a second-line winger in Montreal, but he'll get to develop in the OHL for 2 years. He'll be eased in, and then he'll be the number 2 left winger behind Slavkovsky in 2027. I mean, Malcolm Spence, he needs to develop a slap shot with shooting power and accuracy. He's got a good wrist shot, good passer, has the vision, has the offensive awareness, great deker, great skater, very explosive, great first step, has a lot of things you want. Great defensive awareness. A lot of the forwards in this draft are better defensively than they are offensively. That's the crazy thing, Joey. A lot of the forwards in this year's NHL draft are very good defensively. You don't have to teach them defense. You just got to tweak their offense, which is pretty rare to see. Because usually when you have forwards in the NHL draft, they are gifted offensively, but they need to improve defensively. So to have a draft where you've got guys who are great defensively, but they need to be coached up offensively, it's kind of refreshing to see that. But that's what the forwards are in this draft. So, Flyers, Jake O'Brien, Brantford Bulldogs. He was the OHL Rookie of the Year. 13 goals, 51 assists, 64 points in 61 games. I have him as the number 7 pick in this draft. Flyers get younger at center. The Blackhawks get Caleb Desnoyers, the Moncton Wildcats center, the number 1 pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft at number 8. He had 56 goals in 60 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League games as a rookie. He checks off a lot of boxes, and he could be the second-line center behind Bedard. That's the ceiling. His floor is a 4th-line center. Chicago could use another center, and I feel like Desnoyers is a dark horse to go straight to the NHL as an 18-year-old. So Desnoyers is the pick here, and Levshunov will be ready. First Graham Mertz snap for the Florida Gators underway here, Joey. If you got the game on, you wanna talk about the game, your hiccups are out of your system, that's fine. Peter Mrazek and Brassault will be the goalies for the next 2 years. I think Chicago will be a playoff team. Yeah, I mean, looking at Graham Mertz, he couldn't read the coverages. He didn't see anybody open, so he took off and ran. He gained yards, but I think Graham Mertz is worse at reading a defense than Kyle Trask. I mean, Graham Mertz makes Kyle Trask look like look like Rex Grossman. That's how bad Mertz is at reading a defense. He makes Kyle Trask look like Rex Grossman. Rex Grossman was a first round pick. You can say what you want about his NFL career, but he did a good job at Florida. Now, one thing that I think Max Starks was at Florida around the same time too. But yeah, Montreal Johnson's the running back. Eugene Wilson. And this is the thing. The Hurricanes are just swarming Wilson, the Florida running back. Hurricanes front seven's just swarming the Florida Gators. Huge third down stop for the Hurricanes. 11 attacks the gap, gets by Florida's right tackle, and this is like I saw 5 or 6 defenders tackle the running back for a loss. This looks like the old you that you're used to seeing. I mean, 5, 6 Hurricane defensive players in the front seven gang tackling the running back. This is what you're used to seeing from the glory days of the Miami Hurricanes. Maybe not the same intensity, maybe not the same tenacity of those older teams, but still a great team play by the Hurricanes. Anaheim Ducks at number 9, Jordan Gavin. I am higher on Jordan Gavin than the consensus. There's a lot of people that say Jordan Gavin's not a first-round prospect. He was drafted number 2 overall behind Berkeley Catan in the WHL draft. Okay, he's a good player, and the tape shows that. He really came into his own last year, 68 points in 68 WHL games. I think he's a first-line winger in the NHL. I'm a big fan of Jordan Gavin. I think Gavin is going to be a top 6 forward in the NHL. And the best part is you don't have to rush him. You can keep him in the WHL. He'll be ready to be on a top line by 2027. The Ottawa Senators get Matthew Schaefer, the Erie Otters defenseman who went number 1 in the WHL draft. And, you talk about stories. Last year, we had Caden Lidstrom trying to provide for his family with 2 separate parents. Matthew Schaefer's story is kind of similar. He had a strong OHL rookie year, but he also had to deal with a tragedy, which might light a fire under Matthew Schaefer's ass. Matthew Schaefer's mom, who always made him laugh growing up as a kid, died of breast cancer back on May 4th, also known as May the 4th Be With You by Star Wars fans. So that really sucks for him. But he's a role model for his younger brother. I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. And if anybody's going to challenge Logan Hensler for the number 1 defenseman in this class, it's going to be Schaefer. He checks the most boxes. I know he was mainly used as a number 4 defenseman on the second line, but he played on the first line in the OHL playoffs. And he was the top left defenseman on the Erie Otters in the OHL playoffs. He's going to be playing more line 1 minutes in his draft year. He added 14 pounds of muscle to get from 160 to 174 entering his draft year. Look, if you're adding 14 pounds of muscle from your rookie year to your second year, that's a guy Joey's going to want to draft. I don't care what sport it is, football, hockey. If you're adding 14 pounds of muscle and you're a defensive player, boom, thumbs up, we're taking you. And I think Matthew Schaefer is a guy who has a chance to really put it all together. I think he's the second defenseman that gets picked in the top 10. But I have a third defenseman going to Seattle 11, Keshawn Aitchison, the Barrie Colts defenseman. I have him going to the Seattle Kraken at 11. I might be too low on the Kraken. I think the Kraken are in the mix with some of these teams like the Blues, the Winnipeg Jets, the Minnesota Wild challenge Vegas for that last playoff spot in the Western Conference. There's a lot of teams in hockey that could be in that conversation, but
The Kraken have never drafted a first-round defenseman under Ron Francis. That's got to change. Every Western Conference semifinalist had a defenseman, had a first-round defenseman. Dallas had Miro Heiskanen. Colorado had Cale Makar. Vancouver had Quinn Hughes, and Edmonton had Evan Bouchard. All first-round picks drafted in the top 10. And, if you've got a defenseman with line one ability, you've got to take him, get your guy, get your star on the blue line. And an argument can be made for Aitchison to creep into the top 10. But I think Kashawn Aitchison goes to Seattle here. What a catch by Restrepo. What a throw by Cam Ward. And what a catch by Restrepo for the first down as Cam Ward is driving here, ladies and gentlemen. And the Hurricanes are in Florida territory. Cam Ward drops back 1, 2, 3. Saw him make up the 3 progressions, but then he decides to take off and run, gets the first down, runs out of bounds to stop the clock. Didn't want to slide, didn't want to dive. So he just runs out of bounds and stops the clock. Void's doing anything dangerous, that's fine. It's like, would you like to see him get more yards or slide tackle? Yeah, but he doesn't get injured, gets the first down, he's safe. And he was able to run for more yards. He didn't stop running after he got the first down. He ran as far as he could, but then he goes out of bounds to avoid getting hurt. That's smart. Benjamin Cavan of the Des Moines Buccaneers might be the top USHL player that's not on the United States national team developmental program. He's going to be in the USHL for 2 more years. Then he's going to go to Arizona State for 2 years starting in 2026. So he can develop in the USHL and college for 2 years. And in 2028, when Brian Rust is a UFA, he can be the Penguins' first-line right winger. Penguins have a lot of first-line players in their farm system. One thing they don't have is a future first-line right winger when Brian Rust retires. And Rust is already 33. So it's like right wing's probably the direction they go in next year. And they get a long-term right winger. And Benjamin Cavan of the Des Moines Buccaneers makes a lot of sense for the Penguins at 12. 3, 4. Holy, is he making 5 progressions? He's trying to get... Yeah, I actually saw Cam Ward make 5 progressions on that throw, but he couldn't complete the pass. He couldn't execute the completion, but hey, I mean, a few years ago, Cam Ward could only make 2 progressions. Then in 2022, it was 3. Last year, it was 4. He went through all 5 progressions there. Okay, I'm starting to believe in Ward's ability to read a defense. Okay, that's great. He made 5 out of 6 progressions, and that was a 5 receiver set. So that's great. That's what we were waiting for. That was the only thing. As far as questioning, that's the only thing I wasn't sure Cam Ward can do. Now I know he can do it, but when he goes through multiple reads, he struggles to complete passes. That's the thing. And the accuracy on some of these throws has got to be cleaned up a little bit. Winnipeg gets Carter Bear here. Everett Silvertip's defenseman. Everett Silvertip's left winger. Yeah, Carter Bear makes a lot of sense for Winnipeg. As much as I like Nikolaj Ehlers, they're not going to re-sign him, I don't think. I mean, you have Kyle Connor, your 2015 first-round pick, the first-line left winger at 26 UFA. Gabe Velarde's an RFA in 2025. He's the first-line right winger. Cole Perfetti's still an RFA, and he's the second-line right winger. Right now, Nikolaj Ehlers, the second-line left winger. There's not a spot for him. And honestly, Colby Barlow might be better than him. Colby Barlow's had 3 consecutive 30-goal seasons and back-to-back 40-goal seasons. Nikolaj Ehlers, as good as he is, his career high for goals was 28 back in 2017-2018 when Winnipeg made the Western Conference Finals. So, as good as Ehlers is, if Barlow has another 40-goal season in the OHL, I think you just got to move on from Ehlers and make Barlow your second line left winger, because you can't, if you got a big time star that's consistently getting 30 to 40 goals,
You got to see what he can do at the NHL level at some point, Joey, because he's been consistently good. And I had the guy at like 13 on my board. Winnipeg got him at 17, and he went from 30 goals in his pre-draft year to 240-goal seasons. And he's got one more 30 goals in his +1 in his rookie year to 40 goals, and he's had 240-goal seasons. You got to see what the 40-goal guy can do at some point at the pro level. You just do. And it's not a knock on Ehlers. He will get an opportunity to play on the second line somewhere else. He's a good player, but it's just one of those things. You've got a guy in your farm system that's got 3 seasons of 30 goals. If he gets another 30-goal season, another 40-goal season, you got to move on. Because it's pretty hard to find a guy that has 3 consecutive 40-goal seasons, Joey. It's hard to find that in the NHL draft. And it sucks, but that's the reality. This is a business. So that's the thing. It's hard to find that. And Cam Ward comes out guns blazing on this drive. But the thing with Colby Barlow is he had 30 goals as a rookie. He had 46 in his draft year, and he had 40 this year in his after he got drafted by Winnipeg in the first round of the 23 draft. So if Colby Barlow is a third 40-goal season, you're moving on from Ehlers. I'm not waiting to put Barlow in the minors. Fuck that. You have 3 40-goal seasons of the OHL. You get to play with the big boys. You earned it at that point. It's like, maybe he does need a year in the AHL, but you have 3 40-goal seasons in the OHL. I'm giving you a trial in the NHL at the very least. I'm giving you an 8 to 9 game trial. Honestly, Winnipeg should give Barlow a trial this year, but they're not going to. They're going to play it safe. They're going to let their core guys play out their contracts and then just reload, and that's fine. But Barlow might be... I mean, even Kyle Connor, I don't even think... How many 40-goal seasons has Kyle Connor had? Your first-line left winger. I like Ehlers. He's a good player. I think he will make it somewhere else as a second-line left winger, but he's not gonna be the second-line left winger if Winnipeg's first-round pick in the 23 draft already has 2 40-goal seasons. It's just not going to happen. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Okay, so Kyle Connor had 47 goals in 21-22. He only had 31 and 34 the past 2 years, but he's had more assists. And, we'll see what happens. Because I like Kyle Connor. I had him in my top 10 in 2015. I think you got to keep him as your first-line left winger. He's a good mentor for a younger, upcoming player who's a goal-scoring machine like Barlow, because it's hard to find a player who's 30 goal scorers in all 3 OHL years. And if he has a third season of 40 goals in the OHL, I think you have to bring him up to the NHL. At least give him a trial, find out if he's NHL material or if he needs time in the minors. Because I think at that point, you've earned the right to be in the NHL. But we'll see what happens with Ehlers. But yeah, I think Ehlers is out. I'm surprised Winnipeg hasn't traded him for a defenseman, because I think a defenseman would help Winnipeg out. They've got the Vezina Trophy goalie, Hellebuyck, but they don't have any defensemen for Hellebuyck. Their best defensemen are Josh Morrissey and Neil Pionk. Those are good defensemen for the regular season, but they are horrible in the playoffs. And honestly, you're not going to win the Stanley Cup with those 2 guys as your number 1 defenseman. They're not stars. They don't move the needle. Colorado has Makar. Dallas has Heiskanen. Vancouver has Quinn Ewers. Edmonton has Bouchard. Vegas has Alex Pietrangelo. Those are stars. Nashville has Roman Josi, their team captain. Again, even Nashville has a star defenseman. So Winnipeg, you got the best goalie in the league, maybe. But you're not going to win shit until you have a star defenseman. You don't have that right now. If you're confident in Colby Barlow, move Ehlers, get a defenseman that'll help you win now. That's just I like Ehlers. He's a good player, but 28 goals over. You re-sign a player approaching his 30s with 28 goals as a career high when you have a 40-goal player who's 18, 19, 20, ready to come up to the NHL. You just don't do that. That's not a smart way to run a business, especially with the 20-year-old on a rookie deal making under $1 million for 3 years. And he breaks out and becomes a star. It's just, that's not smart money management. So even a casual like me can recognize that. But yeah, Carter Bear ended up going to Winnipeg at 13. I love Carter Bear's energy. I mean, this guy, he has the enthusiasm. I think Colby Barlow, I did mock Carter Bear to Winnipeg, but he has the personality Winnipeg will fall in love with. I know he screamed "fuck yeah" during warmups. I want that. That's a good thing. That shows passion. That shows energy. If you don't like the fact that he cusses, you're an idiot and you don't deserve to be scouting. Because if you're saying "fuck yeah" during warmups and you're just having fun, that's passion. That's energy. I want that on my team. I want that on my team. I don't want the player saying that during the game, but during warmups, hell yeah, I will take that. I want that type of leadership on my team. So to take him off your board because he cusses during warmups, maybe a veteran just pulls him aside and says, "Show us that passion, that energy, but don't cuss." Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't really think that's a bad thing to say "fuck yeah" during warmups. If you're conveying passion and energy and you're leading the guys out on the ice, I want that. So I know Carter Bear is a second-round grade, but the personality, the energy brings 57 points on a top line with Everett Silvertips. He's going to be playing with Landon DuPont this year. I think Bear is going to break out. He's going to have a 70 to 100 point year, and he's going to play his way into the first round despite having a second-round grade. So Carter Bear goes 13th. Carolina, they're going to get Ivan Rybakin. And look, I've got Carter Bear going to Winnipeg just in case Winnipeg lets both Ehlers and Kyle Connor walk in free agency. They can just reload at left winger with rookie deals. Ivan Rybakin's interesting. Russian center. I know USC Dynamo Moscow owns his KHL rights to 2027, but here's the thing. Ivan Rybakin had 58 points in the MHL as a rookie. 24 goals, 34 assists, 58 points. I know the MHL's not the KHL. It's not Russians against men. It's Russian against kids your own age. But this is the thing. Top Russians in the last few NHL drafts have all came from the MHL, not the KHL. And this guy does everything on tape. I mean, he can use his stick to catch a pass with the puck and redirect the puck towards the net like Crosby, like McKinnon do. And he does it so effortlessly. And he could defend with his stick or his body. He will protect the puck in the net the way a Secret Service protects the president from an assassination. Ivan Rybakin's dedication and commitment to hockey is that strong. He also made a goal trailing by 1 in the clutch when his team pulled their goalie. He also made the game-winning goal in a penalty shootout. He can play on the power play as well as the penalty kill. If I had to pick a player in this year's NHL draft to have a chance at winning a staring contest against Chuck Norris, I would pick Ivan Rybakin. I don't think he'd win, but I think he'd have the best shot to win. I mean, this guy does everything you want a hockey player to do. I'm not going to ask somebody to win a staring contest against Chuck Norris. I just don't think that. I think that's asking too much. And I don't want to disrespect Chuck, so we're going to get back to the hockey talk. He took a penalty for roughing. One play, he crashed into the boards with nobody defending him, so he could be a little bit reckless at times. He took off his helmet when seeing a teammate and opponent get into a fight, but then a teammate restrained him from getting involved in the fight. So maybe there's certain areas of his game you want to tweak in terms of attitude, but I see a Generation Z version of Sergei Fedorov when I watch Ivan Rybakin. I've seen him listed as high as 5 to 10 in some mock drafts. I have him at 14. I might be too low on him, but he's not getting past 14. Roger McQueen, Brandon Wheat King center, goes to Nashville at 15. A preseason top 10 player, ends up on the Nashville Predators. He was drafted
He was drafted 4th overall behind Connor Bedard, Jordan Gavin, and Connor Bedard was in the 2020 WHL draft. I don't know why this says Connor Bedard. He was drafted behind Berkeley Catan. But yeah, Berkeley Catan. Connor Bedard was the 2020 WHL draft because he had 3 years in the WHL and the Blackhawks took him in 23. I don't know. I don't know why I got Bedard and Baton mixed up. I archive this stuff. I'm supposed to be better than this. I'm not supposed to have these fuck ups. But at least Joey's respecting me enough not to roast me here. I think it's because of the hiccups, but yeah. Hopefully they're gone for good. All right, but yeah. Roger McQueen to Nashville at 15. I have Nashville making the playoffs. This is the Tampa Bay Lightning's first round pick. Just to clarify, I have the Lightning missing the playoffs with Stamkos now in the Nashville Predators. So this is the Tampa Bay Lightning's first round pick, but I have Nashville picking here with the Lightning's first round pick at 15 because Lightning gave up this pick in the Tanner Jeannot trade. So the Nashville Predators have 2 first round picks, and I think they use this pick from the Lightning here at 15. Get Roger McQueen, who is a preseason top 10 player. Not a first-line guy, but a preseason top 10 player. And Shane Van Sagi, Michigan State right winger, goes to Minnesota here at 16. And Van Sagi's got the speed and forechecking you want, but he's great defensively, but he doesn't move the needle offensively. But there are people that have him in the top 10 despite the fact that he only had 5 goals, 5 assists, and 10 points in 25 USHL games. There are people that have him in the top 10 despite that little production. So we'll see what happens with Van Sagi. I think his offensive output will improve at Michigan State, but I don't know if it'll be enough to get in the top 10. I could see him coming off the board at 16, though. 17, the Nashville Predators have another first-round pick. This is the Golden Knights' first-round pick. This pick originally belonged to the Sharks. They traded this pick to Nashville for Yaroslav Askarov, the goalie that Nashville drafted in the first round, in the 11 to 13 range back in 2020. So Nashville does have 3 first-round picks, and they could be a team that tries to move up in the draft. If they want that star player, that difference maker at the top of the draft, if those picks are all in the top 20, they could move up and get their guy. I think Nashville is probably going to try to move up in the draft. But yeah, Connor Fonderk, the U.S. National Team Development Program, goes to Nashville at 17. Jacob Wozniak, Luleå HF to Montreal. This pick belongs to the Florida Panthers. I have the Florida Panthers losing the first round of the 25 Stanley Cup playoffs. So Montreal is picking at 18 as a result. And they got Jacob Wozniak. I know Joey and I probably disagree on Florida for next year, but we'll save that conversation for a few weeks from now because I know Joey's got the hiccups, and I just want to get out of here, get this mock done, and then get out of here and watch college football. And I just hope Joey's hiccups go the fuck away. Artyom Vilchinsky, SKA St. Petersburg defenseman, played on the top line on the SKA St. Petersburg NHL team. Detroit hasn't drafted a defenseman in the first round since 2021. If Simon Edvinsson, their 2021 first round pick, doesn't break out this year, I think they got to draft another defenseman. They've waited too long to get another defenseman to pair with Moritz Seider. They gave Seider an 8-year contract, but they don't have that number 2 defenseman. And until they get that, I don't think the Red Wings are going to be legitimate, serious contenders. And look, they got Edvinsson, they got Axel Sandin-Pellikka in the 22 draft. He'll be up in the NHL next year in 25. But then you bring in Vilchinsky, whose contract expires in 2026 in the KHL, and you'd have 3 guys competing for that number 2 defenseman job, all pushing each other to the limit. And Cam Ward has just thrown an interception, and number 6 in the Florida Gators, James, has picked off Cam Ward. So that has actually happened, Joey. Cam Ward intercepted at the Swamp. This crowd is riled up. And this could be the big break the Gators needed. This play right here could be the big break. And Yeah, Miami's receiver probably should have swatted that down or knocked it on the ground like a volleyball, but he tips it down, the defender catches it, and Florida's getting the ball. And yeah, you can see the new ESPN scoreboard on ABC. I actually like the new scoreboard a lot. It's very presentable, very clean, very engaging. But yeah, Artyom Vilchinsky, Russian, and Iserman and Cronwall have gone with European players. They've only drafted 2 Canadians in the first round. Costa, the goalie in 2021 first round, and they drafted Danielson in the 2023 draft, the top 10. They've either gone with Canadian or a player in Europe. They have not gone for an American. I've got them drafting a Russian here. Cole Reshny, the left winger of the Vancouver Giants, goes to the St. Louis Blues at 20. I have the Blues edging out Vegas for wild card 1, so the Blues get Cole Reshny. He has some experience on the first line, 21 goals, 38 assists, 59 points. He does have a lot of traits you want. Could be a first line winger or center on the right team. The Blues can put him in the second line. They don't have to rush him into a top line role. The Buffalo Sabres, they get Emil Geit, the Chicoutimi Saguenay's rookie, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League Rookie of the Year. Victor Eklund, the younger brother of William Eklund on Djurgården's IF, goes to Vancouver at 22. Calgary gets the first goalie here. There's as many as 10 goalies that could go in the top 100 of the 2025 NHL draft. I thought there were only going to be like 7 goalies in the top 90. Or 7 in the top 100. There's 10 in the top 90. So when I said this goalie draft was good, I underestimated how good this goalie draft was, Joey. And if Daniel Vladar, a 2015 second, third round pick, and Dustin Wolf, a 2019 seventh round pick, if neither goalie shows up for Calgary this year, they're going to draft a goalie with the first round pick they got from the New Jersey Devils. Joshua Ravensburg, and he dominated as a rookie. 26, 4-2 and 32 starts. 2,072 minutes, 85 goals allowed, 6 shutouts, 246 goals against average, 832 saves, 907 save percentage as a rookie. Literally amazing numbers. Got his team to the conference finals as a rookie. So, yeah. I think he is a play. I think Ravensburg is going to go in the first round. And because San Jose traded their second first-round pick to Nashville for Askarov, I don't know who's going to take Ravensburg. And I'm thinking Calgary with New Jersey's pick. But, San Jose was the one team that blatantly needed a goalie, and they got their goalie in a trade. So, how does that affect the goalie market for this year? We'll see. So, we'll see how that affects. We'll see, because he got the Prince George Cougars to the Western Conference Finals in his +1 draft year. Luka Radojovic from Rebro HK could be the Flyers pick at 24. They're going to get another defenseman. William Moore, center of the U.S. National Team Developmental Program, could go to the Islanders. Long-term project for them. Sasha Budamin, he was a defenseman on the Youngstown Phantoms in the USHL. He's going to Boston University. He will be a true freshman this year. I don't know if he's going to play on the top line, but if he does, he will get picked. He's got a first-round grade. I think he's a late first round. He's projected to go in the top 15 in some mocks. I think he's a late first-round pick. But Sasha Budamin, I have him going. He had 27 points on the Youngstown Phantoms and a +9 ± ratio. He's got to develop his slap shot, but the rest of the traits are there. Nashville, Charlie Trethaway. He's got one more year of U.S. National Team Developmental Program. Then he goes to Boston University next fall. The Boston Bruins at 28 get Jackson Smith. He's the Tri-City Americans defenseman. Yeah, I think Boston's going to draft another defenseman at some point. If they can't knock out Florida or at least get to the conference finals, I think they're going to get another defenseman in the draft because they've got some contracts coming up. Andrew Peek's a 26 UFA and Brandon Carlo's a 27 UFA. They've got McAvoy. They've got Zadorov. Lindholm locked up till 2030. If Carlo stays, Jackson Smith can be a third-line defenseman, and if he leaves, he can take over and be that final top four defenseman when Carlo becomes a free agent. Just it as far as timing goes, if you're going to reload, this is the time to reload. If you're the Boston Bruins and you want to have that deadly top four defensive unit on your first two lines, this is the time to reload when looking at the contracts with some of your high draft picks from the 2015 draft set to be UFAs. It's an exciting time in hockey for that reason, not just with the draft, but with free agency. The New York Rangers get Reese Hamilton at 29. I have the Rangers losing to Toronto in the Eastern Conference Finals. Dallas Stars get Bill Zodin. Bill Zodin, very good character, great attitude. Dallas is going to need a left winger at some point. They are. I mean, Jamie Benn is going to be in the final year of his contract as the team captain of the Dallas Stars since 2013. Dallas may want to get younger. They have Mason Marchment as their third line left winger. They've got some other guys in the AHL that they can promote, like Antonio Strange is a 2020 fourth round pick, who I really liked in the London Knights a few years ago. They got some guys they can put in if Ben leaves, but I think they're going to have $40 million. We're going to see how Jim Nill handles having a ton of cap money, because Andrew Barry was in this situation with the Browns. Dallas has just drafted really well and been able to keep the right guys on rookie contracts, which is great, because those rookie contracts, you're only paying $925, $975K, and then you give a 1 or 2 year team-friendly extension for $3 or $4 million. When is Nill going to have to start paying star players $5-6 million? How is that going to affect the Dallas Stars' young core? That's the big question. That's why Dallas's window is still open to be a contender. Yeah, they lost some guys. They lost Chris Tanev, but they replaced him with Dumba. Dumba's the guy who injured Pavelski. Is Dumba going to create friction with some of the other Dallas Stars players in that locker room? That's a big question. Leon Bixel, he knocked a lot of guys on their ass in Sweden, known for being a dirty player. 22 first-round pick. Kairu, Bertucci, second-round picks in 22 and 23. I mean, you got Nils Lundqvist. Brendan Smith, one of the players Jim Nill drafted in Detroit. He's on Dallas on a 1 year deal. Esa Lindell's on a 1 year left on his current contract. He was a core piece along with Klingberg and Heiskanen on the Stars 2020 Stanley Cup team. So not the player he was 5 years ago, but still an effective veteran. So I have Dallas. I don't think a defenseman's going to be on the board at 30. So I'm going left winger. I mean, Bill Zodin, he had 58 points, 40 assists, plus 27 plus minus ratio. Can do everything offensively, whether it's wrist shots, slap shots. Not a first-line player, second-line player, but effective second-line player. I think his floor is fourth line, his ceiling second line. NHL player, maybe a third-line guy, but at the same token, ideally you'd like to have Jamie Benn back on a 3-year deal, and Bill Zodin learns under Ben for a year, and then he takes over for Ben, and then becomes the number 2 left winger behind Jason Robertson down the road. Ideally, that would be in the perfect world, that would be the ideal scenario for Bill Zodin if he ends up on the Dallas Stars. And Bill Zodin, not only does he remind me of Anson Carter could have been great if he didn't have so many injuries in his NHL career. And he also reminds me of Maxime Fortnews. Fortnews was a player the Dallas Stars drafted that was African-American, really good defenseman, and he ended up becoming a coach on the Texas Stars AHL team after his NHL career was over. He was a 5-year veteran on the Texas Stars AHL team, but he was only a 2 or 3 year player in the NHL, bottom pairing guy. Then he went back to Texas Stars, but he had such a big influence with the Texas Stars. He got offered a coaching position after his career ended with the Texas Stars, and he's been a reliable assistant coach. So I'm just saying, Zodin kind of reminds me of Fortnews, but he also reminds me of Anson Carter as a winger. I think and he's a great character guy, so I think Zodin would be a good addition for the Dallas Stars here. at 30. Blackhawks with the Maple Leafs first round pick, they get Cullen Potter. Now, Scott Wheeler of The Athletic, he's like the Dane Brugler of the NHL draft content. Scott Wheeler of The Athletic believes Cullen Potter, Arizona State's left winger, is the best skater in the class, the entire draft. He fell to the Blackhawks at 31 with Toronto's first round pick. And the Flyers, with Edmonton's first round pick, they get Andrei Stebatek. Stebatek helped the Czech Republic get a shutout against Canada in the under 18 World Tournament. So that's pretty impressive. Now he's going to a Portland Winterhawks team that defeated the Prince George Cougars and Joshua Ravensburgen to win the Western Conference in the CHL import draft. I'm just saying, that rivalry with the Winterhawks and the Prince George Cougars is about to get a lot bigger now that the Winterhawks secured the number 2 goalie in the 2025 NHL draft behind Ravensburgen. That rivalry is going to get a lot more interesting next year. We could see the top 2 goalies in the Western Hockey League playoffs next year in a rematch of the Western Conference Finals, Joey. That would be very interesting if that happened. And the Flyers got rid of their starting goalie, Carter Hart. So they're another team like Calgary that could be in the market for a goalie come NHL draft season. I think at least 2 goalies are getting picked in the first round. At least. Because Stebatek and Ravensburgen have first round tape. And at least one of, if Calgary's happy with Dustin Wolf, their 2019 7th round pick, they might bypass a goalie. Philadelphia's got 3 first round picks. They lost their starting goalie, Carter Hart. They are going to pick a goalie with one of those picks, especially in a draft where we have 10 goalies projected to go in the top 90, Joey. They're going to pick a goalie with one of those 3 first round picks. They've got their first round pick, the Avalanche's first round pick, and Edmonton's first round pick. If Colorado or Edmonton win the Cup, I would say the Flyers would take the top goalie with that pick. Because you look at what Daniel Briere's done. He's making a big emphasis on changing the culture in Philadelphia. You also got Keith Jones, also known as Jonesy on TNT, and he is the president of hockey operations. He's not the GM, but he's the president of hockey operations. He's sort of mentoring Briere, getting him eased into that GM role. So, yeah, I mean, that's the NHL mock draft. I hope your hiccups are gone. I am ending the podcast if you're still here. I'm guessing your phone died. Oh, you're still here. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. You are the man, Joey. But yeah, that is going to wrap this up. But yeah, Bill Zodden, Cullen Potter, and then Andrei Stebatek. So I think the Flames and I think the Flyers are the 2 teams that will be drafting goalies in the first round. And whenever you have a draft where we're talking 10 goalies in the top 90, I thought we were going to get 7 in the top 100. We're getting 10 in the top 90. If you've got... This is the thing. I'm glad you feel better. But before I end the podcast, I want to talk about why I think we'll see 2 goalies in the first round, because there's 10 goalies projected in the top 100. Back in June, I was telling Joey there's as many as 7 in the top 100. Now we have 10 in the top 90. 10 in the top 90. Somebody's getting picked in the first round if there's that many good goalies. They just are. That's the reality, Joey. When you got a class with that many goalies in the top 90, somebody's getting pushed into round 1. Okay? It's like, maybe they go in the back end of round 1, but if you have that many good goalies in one draft class, I would think if you're in the market for a goalie like Philadelphia or Calgary, you go up and you get your guy with that 2nd first round pick or 3rd first round pick if you're the Flyers. I would think you get your guy with one of those picks. It just makes too much sense not to. And this is the thing, 9 of those 10 goalies projected to go in the first 3 rounds all had save percentages above 900 as 16-year-olds in their +1 draft year and goals against average of under 3. So why shouldn't I pick one of those guys in round 2 or 3 if I need a backup goalie? I mean, because this is how the 2012 draft worked. I think there were 10 quarterbacks in the top 90. That was the Andrew Luck, Russell Wilson, Nick Foles draft. I think there were at least 9 or 10. I know 4 went in round 1, including Brandon Whedon. And then Brock Osweiler, I think, was the 5th guy picked in round 2. And then I think there was a run on QBs in the 3rd round with Russell Wilson and Nick Foles. I think there was another guy picked in the 3rd round, too. And I also believe Kirk Cousins fell to the 4th round of that draft. And Cousins and Wilson had the 2 longest careers. Foles won a Super Bowl. Luck didn't. It was a weird draft, but the surplus of quarterback talent in that draft was off the charts. And that's what you're getting with the goalie draft in the 25 NHL draft. I thought there were only 12 first-line skaters. There's 19. There may have only been 12 players that were consistently listed on their team's first lines on Twitter, but there are 19 first-line skaters compared to the 24 in 2024 at this time last year, and the surplus of good goalies. So I think this draft, it could be better than 2024. I'd say it's slightly weaker than 2024 and 2023, but it's a better goalie draft, and that is why it's an exciting draft, because there's a saturation of really good goalies. I don't think we're going to get that in 26 or 27, but 27 is probably the best defensive draft since 2024 right now. I think there are more star skaters in the 26 NHL draft. 25, 26, 27 all look good. So when are we going to get an NHL draft that sucks? I'm hearing 2028 and 2029 are woefully bad. It's early, but I'm hearing those drafts are going to be woefully bad. Like, we're talking the Courtney Brown NFL draft or the Kenyon Martin NBA draft. Or, yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at with 2028 and 2029. But it's early. It's still very early. We don't know until the 2025 WHL draft. We're not really going to know who the number 1 pick is going to be in 2028 yet. It's still too freaking early. I know HF boards, they like to go online and make all these forum threads about the NHL draft and the future, the best 13, 14-year-old skaters who are going to be in the NHL draft in 5 years. That's great and all, but it's too damn early. Let these kids play hockey and have some fun. It's too early for that shit. You're in agreement with me on that, Joey. I like getting ahead on future NHL drafts too, but one thing I do is I post the grades for the Canadian Hockey League players and USHL players when they get picked, and I bring it up when the draft year approaches. I don't go 2, 3, 4 years into the future. I wait till the right time to bring it up and just have some fun with it. That's one thing I do well. Let the kids play and have fun. Just let them play. I mean, don't go on these forums and talk about a player in the 2028 NHL draft that we haven't heard of yet who's going to be the number 1 pick. That's what people were doing when back in 2018 before the COVID pandemic. That's what people were doing with Connor Bedard when he was 13. And yeah, Bedard was special. Nobody's arguing that, but it's like, focus on this year or next year, maybe 3 years down the road if there's a player you really love, but that's it. Draw the line somewhere. But that's what some of these hockey enthusiasts do. They have nothing better to do, so they'll just start looking at the next group. And I'll admit, I do it when the WHL and OHL drafts come up, but I try not to talk about it in depth when I'm on the podcast with Joey, because the guys are going to be at least 2 to 5 years away from the NHL after they get drafted in the OHL or the USHL. That's just how it is. But yeah, let the kids play, let them grow up and have fun. I'm sure they'll figure things out over time. But yeah, next week we will have a much shorter show. We will have a debate I don't know. Is Kerm interested in doing a debate with Joey next week? Let's check. I have not checked my text. He's read the text but hasn't replied. I think that's a no, but I could be wrong on that. If somebody reads a text and doesn't reply, is that usually a no? Just asking from experience. Yeah, if Andrew wants to debate you, I will host a presidential debate, Browns Cowboys, and I will let you two go at it. And I will ask engaging questions like, what will separate Deshaun Watson from Dak Prescott? Or what do the Dallas Cowboys have to do to attack this Cleveland Browns defense? How can they expose? Andrew said that's not necessarily the case. Probably I read and forgot to respond. Okay. All right. That actually does clarify things. I appreciate you clarifying that, Andrew. And yes, Andrew is interested in a debate next week. So if your game and Kerm's game, we will have a debate next Saturday. You will get the Browns, he will get the Cowboys, and I will just ask questions like a moderator, like I do on Under the Bleachers with William and Brandis, and I will let you two go at it. That is next Saturday, and NHL season previews are being delayed 2 weeks. I apologize in advance, but the Browns and Cowboys only play each other once every 4 years. It is an election year, so I'm going to let Joey and Kerm go at it. I am. I'm gonna. I mean, why shouldn't I? Give me one reason why I shouldn't do this. You've been waiting for a show like this, haven't you? Where I just sit back and let you and Kerm talk about the Browns and Cowboys. So we'll still have game recaps at the end, okay? But Browns Cowboys debate is going to be taking, and then we'll have the game recaps for Thursday night, Friday night, and the predictions after the debate. And we'll make it a 1 to 2 hour show. I don't want to be doing a 2 hour debate like CNN at Town Hall. We will make this thing 1 to 2 hours. We will adapt to what I am going to have to start writing a list of questions, but we will make this thing flexible for you and Andrew. And if Andrew wants to do the debate at 10:30 or 11, I'm game. We can just recap the first two games until then, if that's the case, and then get the predictions after that. You know, we can work around that. Joey and I are pretty flexible. We won't have, and this is why I got the 2 mock drafts out of the way, because next week we can just focus on week 1 and the debate. So, yeah, I will have my draft rankings up for the quarterbacks in a few weeks, but I usually wait until week 3 to start posting those as like a preliminary rough draft. And even that's too little of a sample size. But it's enough to where you have a basic idea.
And when I say week 3, I mean week 3 of the NFL season. So there's at least 3 to 4 games. There's enough of a sample size at that point to start putting a preliminary board together, and then you tweak it after the season. You tweak it again after the combine, after the Senior Bowl, combine, et cetera, and yeah, you go from there. Pro days. I know you don't put as much stock into pro days, but when you got 2 prospects who dominate every part of the process, the film, Senior Bowl, combine, pro days are the tiebreaker. And with quarterbacks less inclined to run the 40-yard dash, pro days are now the new tiebreaker, unfortunately. I hate it too, but that is the reality. Because the pro day, you can make a verdict and you can keep it in-house. You can keep it secret until draft day. You can make your verdict at the pro day and keep it in-house. Especially if the pro day is only open to NFL teams and not media members outside of ESPN and NFL Network. So that's the thing with pro days. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. That's it. That's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. I appreciate everybody who's been listening to this on TalkShoe. We're at the 6-hour, 36-minute mark. I am going to sign off, though. A, I haven't ate or drank anything since 8 a.m. And B, I want to watch some college football and just have some fun. I'll promote the podcast. I might promote it tomorrow, though, instead of today, because there's nothing on tomorrow until USC LSU. Whereas today, there is a ton of college football. Hurricanes lead the Gators 10-3. Cam Ward had the touchdown, but that's the only score of the game so far. And he threw an interception, too. Florida was able to turn that into a field goal. Oh, I do have an update. Athens, Ohio, it only trails Syracuse by a point. The Ohio Bobcats could go into Syracuse and pull the upset if things hold up. That'd be pretty embarrassing if Kyle McCord lost the Ohio Bobcats in his first start at Syracuse. But I think that says more about how bad of a prospect McCord is than anything else. I mean, yeah. But we'll be back next Saturday with the debate. See you then.